Thank you. Get over there.
Good morning, Patty. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held in person at the courtyard at Marriott Kahului Airport, Haleakala Ballroom 532, Keolani Place, Kahului, Hawaii 96732, and via interactive conference technology, Zoom. The meeting is being moderated by me, Chairman William Milo Jr. Today's date is Tuesday, November the 22nd, 2022, and the time is now 9:36 a.m. Pursuant to Act 220, commissioners attending virtually shall be visible and audible to members of the public unless leaving the meeting. If there's anyone in the room with you, please identify them. All votes shall be done by unanimous consensus. Should be unanimous vote, sorry. All votes shall be done by unanimous vote unless the commission goes to roll call. Thank you, Commissioner. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Owl.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu is excused. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Aye.
Chair Ida.
Aye.
7 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Today, we have a carryover item G2 from yesterday. The commission will recess around noon for 30 minutes for lunch and to convene in an executive session for additional 30 minutes. Do we have anyone signed up for public testimony? All right, okay, let's go on to public testimony. Donna Sterling? You can also testify at the time of the agenda item. Okay, so when we do G4. Oh, you're gonna do it your J agenda item. Okay, thank you, Don. No problem. I was looking for G. Okay, since there's no other in the audience, public testimony online? No. Okay, then we'll move to agenda item C6. Deputy Tyler.
Recording in
Hello,
progress.
Commissioners, Tyler Gomes, Deputy to the Chairman, in my final appearance before you folks as Deputy. I'm here on C6, approval of the 2023 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting schedule. Before we do that, I just want to say thank you very much to the staff whose work over the last 3 years has made me look very good. Thank you to the commissioners for the opportunity to grow and learn from all of you. Patty, one day we will have the Patty Kahanamoku Teruya Memorial Casino and Bingo Hall. And I see you there. You can call the numbers. I'll roll the cage. And I want to thank Joby for her. She's not here, but I want to thank and acknowledge her for all the knowledge she shared with us, because these 3 years would have been very difficult without all of her institutional knowledge. Few people realize the absolute clown car that Joby inherited when she became chair, and she does not get enough credit for the amount of problems she had to solve. And instead, she's often maligned for misperceived responsibility for some of those problems. And I just really think, in a final act of poetic justice for Joby, it should be acknowledged that she inherited so many challenges that she was forced to solve, and she had to take credit for those she was attributed to those problems, and that really wasn't fair for her. And then I want to thank William. Few people know that from the very beginning, day one, he was ready to retire. And so in that, foresight, he allowed me to really take a lead in being a leader here at the department. He included me in every discussion, every decision, every meeting from day one, which was very humble and generous of him to allow me that opportunity to grow. So thank you to everyone very much. It's been a wonderful 3 years. And with that, the staff recommendation is to approve the proposed 2023 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting schedule before you.
You have a motion to consider staff recommendations? Second. Second. Any discussion on the schedule? Yeah. Is there anybody wishing to testify on this agenda item C6? Online? Nope. Nobody in the audience. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. One of the smartest things I've ever done with you, Tyler, is to just get out of the way.
That might be my first unanimous decision from you folks. So mahalo.
Farewell. Ghana, F3.
Hello, my commissioners, Khan Alvin, acting administrator, land management division. Land management seeking the approval of recycled water allocation agreement and license as easement to County of Maui, Department of Environmental Management in Honolulu, Maui, PMK 244002 portion of parcel number 18. We did go over this yesterday. So
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
so moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Anyone from the public wishing to testify in here on the agenda? Anyone online? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Mahalo,
Thank
Commissioner.
you, Kana. You're ready there, Rodney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item number H1, it is recommended that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve amendment number 1 to the DHHL fiscal year 2023 operating budget.
Thank you, Rodney. We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
Second.
Has been seconded. Additional discussion, anyone? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Rodney. All right. We'll go through the J agenda, and if somebody is not ready, then we will come back to them. So let's open up the room. J1. Wiley is presenting. Okay, so J1, I have Elizabeth Leloy, Masaoka, Lucine, Pukahi, and Ms. Lu Wat. Okay, so.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Miley.
Oh, okay, sorry, maybe it's a good thing my video isn't working today. And so, anyway, mahalo. I'm Miley Lu'uai. I'm the president for the Keaukaha Panaewa Farmers Association. And a quick briefing for you on what we're doing here in Panaewa. Here I am. Okay, I look all right. As you know, we are located outside of Hilo. I actually came to present to you when you were here last month, but you had an overflow agenda that was too long, so I couldn't wait. We have about 285 lessees in our community here in Panaewa. And I gave you an outline of, some of the things that we have been doing. We mahalo the commission for giving us a 1 acre right of entry to the property we currently use. And that happened in 2014. I gave you some items in your packet from the community activities that we have been involved in from 2017 to this year. We've been doing a lot in our community. Our focus is agriculture, but it's also providing other types of support services and workshops for our community. The hub that is located, we used to call it the farmers market, is the farmers market in Panaewa hub, has been the center of our community. We have partnered with a lot of different kind of partners to provide services and workshops for our community. COVID was a very tough time for our community as well as for other communities. And so we partnered and got grants to do food distribution during that time, PPE, and provided other resources to our community. Our kupuna, our board delivered every week food to our kupuna throughout the community. In your handouts, you can see just the myriad of activities we have been doing. We had a community-driven strategic plan. We met intently with our community. I invite everyone out to the table, and they came together in 2018 and 19. In our strategic plan, the number one priority was to build a off-grid, we're not calling it a community center, it's our Panaeva Resilience and Agricultural Innovation Hub. So since then, we have engaged G70 to do a conceptual plan. From that conceptual plan, we engaged G70 again to engage in our larger conceptual master plan, which is a 299-page plan that we have. We completed our archaeological reconnaissance survey, our biological assessment, traffic assessment, and our utilities and infrastructure analysis in that master plan. We are moving to our next steps. I engaged G70 a couple of months ago, and mahalo Hawaiian Homes Commission for the $85,000 grant, because that grant is funding our environmental assessment. I wanted to let you know where we're at. We just finished our early consultation process, just closed, I believe, last week. And so we are on schedule with G70 moving forward with the plan. I believe we submitted some of that information to one of my most favorite people in your department, who is Andrew Choi. And so we should be wrapping up and providing DHHL the preliminary draft for that EA in March of next year. G70 will be coming before the commission thereafter. I was able to negotiate and include our historic preservation review into that contract with G70. And so that we should be moving by April of next year with our letter of concurrence to SHPTA. And we've already met with SHPTA when we were doing, when we completed our archaeological reconnaissance survey. I am going to be submitting a pre-application for our master plan site sometime this month. Earlier this year, I met with Andrew Choi regarding that preliminary application. And I do understand to get final approval for the application for the additional acreage we're looking for our master plan requires a business plan and the completion of our environmental assessment. So I just wanted to let you know where we're at. I think we're a very engaged and vibrant community. I have an excellent board, brought in a bunch of younger people this year because I'm ready to pass the torch at some point. And so I don't come from this community. I moved into this community, but everyone on my board are descendants from Keokaha and Panaeva and have been in our community for a long time. And I'm thankful for being here. I wanna mahalo Bill Isla for your service. It's been a tough road. I know it has. Hawaiian Homes Commission, it's a great challenge. But I thank you for your support for our community. And you have a great staff. I love working with your people. It's a great journey. And the reason that we're here and where we're at now is because I feel fully supported by your staff and through the master plan process and your grants people, Gigi. And so you've got a great team of people and you've left a really good legacy for the next director to step into. And, you got to have tough skin to do your job. So mahalo, Bill. Thank you for your service. I really appreciated your time while you were here. Mahalo. Thank you.
Mahalo for the kind words, Miley. And I do agree with you 100%. We have a great staff.
Yes, you do. Mahalo. Mahalo, everyone. Mahalo, commissioners.
I just wanted to, Bill, Sure.
Yes, yes.
I just want to thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Miley, for your presentation, and thank you for the kind words. I think the staff there is such a remarkable, hardworking group. I commend you for your. I went through your packet, and I commend you for the capacity building goal that you've reached. It's amazing to look at these numbers, especially through 2020, 2021, when we went through the COVID. As a food distribution agency too, I know how tough it is. So when I saw your numbers and your volunteers that you still remain to have to continue to serve through the COVID, it was during a really, really tough years. So just looking at this capacity building, I commend your group for continuing to serve this so powerful during this time of 2017 till present. So thank you for that, and we look forward to working with you and your association. Thank you.
Pat.
Happy
Mahalo.
holidays. Thank you. Happy
Happy
holidays.
holiday. Mahalo. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo, Patty. I would also be remiss in not commenting on what a great commission we have also. We
Yes.
work very, very hard to make the decisions that move things. Okay, next agenda item.
Can I say
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I also wanted to say to Miley, what an outstanding job, KPFA and the involvement, yeah, with the community and the association. Because even during COVID, like their community watch group with Liz Masaoka folks, yeah, that's a great job, and wish we had this is like a model association here, that's for sure. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And Mike participated in our workshops regarding our master plan. So thank you so much. Mahalo, Mike.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, next agenda item is J5, Blossom. Sorry. We're still trying to get a hold of other people in between, so J5.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you know, I as you all know, I've been working with Wakil CDC to help them get up to speed, and they received a capacity building grant and was looking forward to presenting an update report to this commission. Unfortunately, they missed the deadline for the K agenda portion, and so I'm offering my time to them, but I don't see them on the screen. So Sam Kalalau has been tasked by his board to give the report, and he's supposed to be joining in on Zoom.
We can come back.
Okay, thank
All
you. Yeah, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Donna, we have a lot of online folks who weren't prepared for us moving so quickly through the morning agenda.
So it's been a while,
Yes, aloha.
everybody, and we've been busy. Donna Sterling, Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association. On the, I want to talk about the Board of Reclamation grant that we put in a year ago. We were the only applicant. We got it. Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association. So it's for final number is 593,000. It goes from the Board of Reclamation to the vendor, RFP Rojak Trucking, to deliver 48,000 gallons of potable water twice a week, and we can tweak the numbers on how we discharge. And it'll come to the main gate. And it was actually for 6 months, but because Seaworm put a request letter in to extend it to a year, we've got the year. But because everything came in September of KHHA now getting the scope of work to DHHL, we've been down for 2 months of no movement because of the tank location at the main gate. The tanks are here on Maui. We're trying to get, Julie and Shelley everybody in the department are for our project, water delivery, because we've identified that people, human beings, homesteaders, the animals, the ungulates, of course, the 2 cowboys that are rounding up, they need water for their horses, their dogs, the wild pee in the traps, because I spent 2 nights up there with them. They need water. Right now they're drying from Ulupalanpua. However, we have the water there by the main gate, and they can just take their trucks, load up and take back So it's really a win-win. Besides the homesteaders coming down to fill up their tanks, we've got a next lessee, successor in the Ma'u family that's willing to learn, train how to maintain the bacteria, how to maintain the certified potable water consistency for a year in the tanks. So everything is lined up, and we can use this for fire. And also we learned through a Zoom meeting with Cook, Kauhano Kihikinui, their concerns of traffic at the main gate. We've addressed them. We've addressed them in writing, and now we're going to submit a letter of request for support from Kauhano Kihikinui, and also from the cowboys needing the water for their animals. We're also aligning, we try to get this pushed through here, but staff said it's really rough. But we're trying to keep this thing moving because we've got Rojack on standby. We've got the tanks on Maui, and we don't need an E. We're trying to bypass that EA, just put the tanks down, bring the water. So that's why I'm here. One of the options to bring the speed of delivering the tanks to the site is we came up with alignment of the governor's fifth proclamation on the emergency drought for the deer, cull the herd, reduce the numbers, which we're doing already. We could do that for the deer. So if we put that, our request in to align with the governor's fifth, then we perhaps could consider it an emergency assistance program, which is what the BOR is. It was a year ago, it still is, but we could move this forward. Otherwise, we got to wait another month for the commission to approve a right of entry. So I'm still talking to Shelley and Julie, but Julie's the one that put this on the G4 agenda. She got it in there and enough so I could share information, answer any questions. But we've got a lot of people on hold waiting for the tanks to fill up, and so is Rojack. And now that we know that the road is going to be developed, phase 2 or 3 up in Kahikinui, the cement trucks are going to need water to clean their trucks out. So there's another output we need, usage of the water. And also then we learned 23 homesteaders are going to be awarded during the year for awards. So now we've got people, animals, fire, survival. So I'm asking if there's a way we can bypass the normal right of entry and get some kind of emergency proclamation alignment so we can have the tanks put down at the main gate. We've done a drone footage. We submitted the Google traffic and the scheduling of the water trucks coming in, not to do it during school hours. We've really made an effort to address those issues. That's why I'm here. I'm just asking if there's a way we can piggyback the governor's fifth proclamation and just move and then maybe catch up with ROEs and stuff. Are there any questions?
Sure. Yes. Go ahead. Donna. These tanks you're talking about that you're delivering up at Inui, how large are these tanks?
30,000 each.
And did you do a study on how long these tanks will provide water up till when?
Yeah, so I forgot to mention, this is just a temporary, it's temporary, it's an emergency drought relief. That's how it was presented by BOR. We're the first in the state of Hawaii to have this. Now other people are jumping on board. It's a temporary fix for a drought. We did go through a drought. We're going to go through another drought. It's already been determined by SeaWorld. So, we've got a lot of, the containers are going to be monitored by Rojack for certified Department of Health. So the water comes in from their trucks into the tanks with pipes. It will be enclosed with a hog wire fence or something closed. It's federal specs. It encompasses 1,200 square feet, both tanks. The area that we chose are the area that Goodfellows already grubbed when they did the piles of crushed gravel. So it's already been grubbed. However, we know the rules that you have, but I'm really begging you folks to, if you could just speed it up with putting the tanks on the ground. Road Jackson Chart, they have all the money. We do not get any money. We are the boots on the ground. And the water tanks are going to have a lot of data to recover from input, output, how often the homesteaders are going to use the water. Auntie, come get your thing, gotta put it in and it'll be tested. So we've assigned it's a next generation young man to near the gate. I can't be there all the time, but I can help start the training. And we have an eco products tank man, Chris Boz, who is provided a lot of tanks for the community. On that note, in the meantime, while this is functioning at the main gate, KHHA, Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association, with Ka'ohana Kahikinui, we will be seeking funding from two other resources to provide 15,000 gallon tanks, water tanks to those 23 that are coming in. And also for those people like myself, who don't have that large capacity. There's about a handful of people in the upper lots that have 20,000, 15,000, 10,000 gallon. But to cover everybody, we could, we're gonna put out a request.
So Donna, do you currently have any water catchment tanks up at Kaukinui? Do you have any water catchment tanks?
So are you talking to serve the general,
Well, no,
the
I mean,
grader?
for whatever reason,
Yeah.
for whatever
Yeah.
you have.
So let's address the individual homesteaders. It's up to the homesteaders that have, 250 gallon tanks. Kelly Shell has 10,000. And, Imoku has, Kaya has 20,000. Abe at the top has 20. I don't know what Mo has, but so every homesteader, according to their monetary budget, have what they have, and they could use more because this is free water, potable. It's potable upon delivery, but the minute it leaves the tank hose, it becomes, stay with me, non-potable. Does that make sense? Because it's going to go from a potable stage to their tanks. So it's up to the homesteaders to get trained on how to keep the tank clean. If you're going to drink it, then there's a lot of testing and certification. We're going to get trained on that. That's it. Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zach.
Good morning, Donna. Mahalo for
Good
being
morning.
here. So I'm hearing several things. I want to start with what I support. I support creating alternative forms for capturing water because we do need the water. But I'm hearing from you a couple of things that I'm going to formulate my questions based on what I think I'm hearing. So you mentioned earlier that Cook had some issues. You have addressed those issues. Does that mean that you guys are aligned and there's an agreement? What were some of the issues they had concerns with?
Sure. So the issues were traffic during the school bus pickup and from Charmaine pickup and drop off. And these were written responses. So truck coming in, a 4,000 gallon, making a circle drop off, 6:30, not available, 2:30 to 3:30, not available. So we are able to schedule the drop off. It's 2 shakes. It's not a big deal. So we're going to avoid the times that kids catch the bus and come home on the bus. That's one.
Okay, so what you're referring to is the time in which you will need to actually place and put up the towers. This is what we're talking about?
So what I'm saying is let's do a visual. If you can see the 2 tanks on the ground with a buffer around it with an enclosure of approximately 1,200 square feet. Now you've got the pipes going in, the truck comes in, bus stop on your right. They will not deliver the water when the children are there at the bus stop. And that's in the morning and afternoon. We've got those times from Charmaine.
Okay, so we're addressing activity during the period of
Traffic.
construction, right?
No,
Oh, even after
No,
it's up
the-
and
sorry.
operation.
right. So the tanks get put up within 2 weeks. And that's with the community observing how to do it, and why it's being done, what we have to do hands-on to maintain the tanks. There was a concern, why didn't we put it at the Halipili? You know, we have, Ka'ohana Kikini has a very good video camera at the bus stop to monitor the gate. The thought was, keep it at the gate instead of Halipili. There's no video camera, so security is better at the gate, main gate. And another thing, we have traffic going back and forth in the main gate from 5 o'clock in the morning, people going to work. There's more traffic, more eyes, more seeing. If you see something, say something. So that's the reason behind them being located there. Takes 2 weeks to set up. It'll be up and running. Avoid the time when the kids come. That's one concern. The second concern was we have cement trucks coming next year. Whenever they come in, they're going to be coming in with a full load. They need to drop wherever they're going to go, but they need piles of gravel, staging area where the gravel gets put. There are 2 areas past the red container on the left side. They can put their gravel. So, and we can avoid when they come. Well, it'll be a scheduled maintenance with communication with the cement trucks. We've already addressed the children. Can't remember the third one, but anyway, those 2 issues were addressed. And there was another concern, was a lot of water. How do we make sure our community, well, we don't know. We just know that the need is there. Now we've got the cowboys coming. So the water is going to be closer to the discharging of the people rather than Ulupalakua Ranch, the Ulupalakua parcel. You folks are paying the bill at the parcel. It's going to be very advantageous to all of you, to all of us, that this water comes in free. You don't pay as much water by having the water at the main gate. I think that was about,
Okay.
I may miss one. But,
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say, once the tanks are up,
yes.
the site placement of the tanks and utilizing that site for long-term operations, right? Permanent operations.
No, no, it's not long-term. We dismissed that. It's actually because we're 3 months behind because we're trying to get permits from Hawaiian Homes. It started in September of this year. We put the app in last year. September this year, it got approved with the RFP. Rojack was the only applicant. Now we have to grab that scope of work and deliver it to DHHL. Now they have limitations on the size of the tanks and blah, blah, blah. And so the Google, and so now we're 3 months behind the September of the actual RFP being initiated.
Okay, let me try to rephrase this. I guess I'm confused. So what I'm trying to address, once the towers are up and that becomes a permanent placement, yeah? I mean, once it's up, it's there to stay. Is that correct?
So let's say you're addressing the time. It is,
I'm addressing once it's up.
Yes.
Does the community have concerns about the site placement of that tank and the long-term impact to the community as a result of the site that has been chosen? That's my question.
And I think that was a conversation. We had a Zoom with Ka'ohana Kikinui. They asked, why can't we put the tanks under the comm center? Because they've got the fog drip. That's another project, but put the tanks. To do that, that would recreate raw land. That would create a whole SHPTA EA long-term. That's not, I'm staying here. They wanted it up there. And we said, we're under the gun because the money's sitting there. We've got the Rojack. So we thought about it, but the long term, to get the permit from DHHL would be long time and the money. And so we stayed at the Homestead gate, knowing that people could get there. By the way, the water truck cannot, he came up for a site visit. They can't make it up to the comm center.
Okay,
So back to the Homestead main gate.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. but I'm also hearing there may not be agreement about the current placement of the tank. That is my question between you and Cook. I'm saying this because it's important there's agreement between these two associations.
Correct.
And then I'm going to move to the importance of a right of entry, because the right of entry is set up as a requirement to address some of these questions. That's what triggers the due diligence.
Mhm.
And so it's the due diligence that occurs before the arrival of tanks. And so we're in a situation now where the tanks are here, but the due diligence has not been performed. So you're asked to bypass the right of entry. That's a difficult ask because I have questions that I would like to have answered before we move forward. So I just wanted to share that with you, Donna.
Okay, so, the placement of the tanks, it's not a tower, Commissioner, it is a tank, a circular aluminum iron, it's a tank, it's not a tower. And so with that area that we chose serves multiple uses at that location. Maybe phase 2 up at the comm center where the truck can come, and maybe when the fog drip comes, put it inside and you've got water. This is only gonna last, this project is only gonna last for right now, 10 months, 11 months.
Donna, if I may,
Sure.
so let's try to deal with this project that you're bringing before us now. So I
Yes.
think what would help Commissioner Awo is if I heard you early in the presentation say that there is agreement with Cook on the location. So if you could provide some
Yes,
written
we are, yeah,
indication,
right,
I think that would go a long
Right.
way.
yeah,
The tanks, we understand, and we understand the start of September because that's the federal fiscal year. So that's where the grant, the money gets. So 3 months behind is because you're working on the due diligence, trying to get Cook to agree to the placement of the tanks there. So if you can resolve that,
Okay,
amicably, that will help.
yeah,
And then-
and we're going that way, Chair, sorry for, it's been a long haul, but
And then
our intention, Commissioner Awo, is to write a letter of support, to write a request for a letter of support from Kaho'ano Okahikinue. And also we've got other letters, but specifically them because they share in the water. There is no separation of associations when it comes to water. But we will ask that they support the location, support the water coming in as it's going to benefit the whole community. Now the cement trucks, now the ungulates. And I think that's due diligence. We will do that. And we've heard chatter. They will probably agree. And so that's one of the alignments we're looking at for moving forward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so thank you, Don. I think
Sure.
that's a good starting point that we get something in writing from Cook.
Yep.
I'm not here to dismiss the value
Mhm.
of water tanks and the need to have water. I'm in alignment with you. It's just a process. We want to make sure that it's a process that's inclusive of everyone that has a stake in this.
Sure.
So a written commitment from Cook would be helpful.
Yeah.
And then I do have a question for the department on right of entry. If somebody, I heard Shelley's name mentioned, but I would like to hear from the department on.
I don't work Kahana went.
They said it's under review. So my last to from them is it's under review. We went to Julie and they brought it to Shelley and Kahana. So it's under review with the Google site, the site plan.
Okay, I would
So-
like to know what that means, what.
Me too.
under review means. So if that person is not in the audience, I would like to hear from somebody. Thank you.
I'll make sure Kahana gets
Thank
your
you.
answer. And understanding that this is now a 10-year grant process. So the tanks, what happens to who owns the tank?
Oh,
What happens
okay,
to
so the
tanks?
the tanks are being, Rojac purchases the tanks from the Board of Reclamation. They get paid weekly to own the tanks. When the project is finished, bye-bye, we have an option to negotiate with, we, the community, negotiate with Rojac. they don't want the tanks, neither does Bor, they're not in the business, then we can negotiate for the tanks to possibly be used at other locations, and this is like less than a year away, less than a year.
So that would be a concern for the department. Like,
Okay.
who's responsible for the tanks at the end of
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
grant site?
and I think I gave that information. I think it's just in that transient of from planning to land management. And so it's sitting there, and I'm hoping that this day will come and information I've provided will be recorded. And I'm glad I came instead of doing it online.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see everybody.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Question for Stuart, if I could.
Sure. Russell
So Stuart,
is unaware.
you fully unaware of this?
Likely.
Well, the question was gonna be this testimony about a potential area area for concrete construction or concrete trucks to come up for the road pour. Have you looked at that, or do you have any thought on that?
I'm, Stuart Matsunaga, aloha commissioners, acting administrator for Land Development Division. So I've heard about it, but I've not seen any details. I was, I'm open to look at all of that, and because we also have the road improvement project that Land Development Division is implementing. So I think there's possibility of helping or like coordinating the access to the site, because we will need to have concrete trucks going up and down that roadway. So we don't want to be in the way, but we want to also help to facilitate whatever is going on. So.
Thank you. Thanks for stepping.
We can, planning and LMD can forward the information, then we'll take a look at it.
Great. I'm available.
Stuart, stay.
Well, I think you just answered it since you were called out. Called out. Yeah, I think I just heard you answer it. You mentioned planning yourself, and who was the other?
Land Management Division.
Okay. Okay, look forward to the outcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Stuart. And thank you, Donna.
Sure, great, thank you.
Take care.
So we'll wait for probably December then, Chair, right? We'll go through the process for commission approval, right of entry and all the paperwork.
We could, the quicker you get that written agreement,
I will
the
contact.
faster it'll go.
Chair, when LMD is back in the room, are you gonna call this again for?
Actually, if you have questions, we can, but at this point, it's in process. You heard one commissioner actually say, I'd like more information, or at least proof that there is.
Well, I think Commissioner will say, what does that mean to be in process? I have the same.
It means we received a land disposition request, and we're doing our own due diligence before we bring it to the commission.
Okay.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying, William. I appreciate what you're saying, but I may want to ask a few questions anyway. I know it's under review, but
it's an agenda item. We can discuss it after we get through all of it.
Yeah.
When Kahana gets back and we get through.
Just some clarity on where they're currently at as they review it. Because it's our community and I want to get some insight. Thank you.
All right. Ikoa?
J2.
Morning.
Aloha, commissioners. I'm Keikoa Inamoto, and I am the chairwoman of the board of Pa'upena Community Development, Inc. And this is my co-founding president, Norman Abihai. Norman, did you want to speak first? Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair. I appreciate your hard work, and good morning, all the commissioners. I appreciate all you guys' hard work. It's getting close to the end of the year, so we're all busy. But I just want to keep you guys update on what we're doing on the 200 acres. We are moving forward. We put in actually new fence on the top of the highway because it's the most important place. We don't want anything to come in, anything to go out and get hurt. So that's what we're working on. We're working on the fence right now. We kind of slow down because one of our equipment went broke. So we're waiting on parts for that, and it takes quite some time. Just to get the parts alone. So anyway, everything is pretty much secured. We're clearing the fence line and make sure there's been a little bit problem with hunters coming in, but after when we put all and repaired all the new fence and the old fence, they probably kind of get hard time for coming inside because we're gonna get we're looking into putting some cameras on the property, and so we're working very diligent with Andrew. We had the archaeologist come inside, so we're just waiting for the report going to come in, and so we don't disturb any sites. It's good to know where our kupunas stay, and we got a malam with that. So, and I also went for a water meter for up there because there's no water on that area. I don't know if you guys know anything, but there was a brush fire, I think at the beginning of this year. And there's houses and there's a lot of trees up there, so wattle trees. And we just had a fire down at Hawaiian. And that the fire went against this wattle tree, in 10 seconds, the thing was gone. And that area has a lot of wattle trees. So I'm just concerned about that. And plus get neighbors on the opposite of the road. And I don't know why they never put fire hydrant on that road, because there's no fire hydrant. It's before the land. So I gotta work with Stuart on that and figure out how come and why. Because it's very important. Because if that trees catch on fire, man, it'll just jump across the road and burn all the houses. So that's a great concern on that. Lives is at stake. But so that's what we're doing up there. And we're getting pretty close to closing up that place, make it secure. So we're working very diligent on that. So I want to mahalo you guys' time and Mr. Chair. I know we're gonna not here anymore, but
maybe you will.
But thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. My wife said I gotta go home and put up our own fence. So
So what Norman is talking about is in August of 2018, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved a two-year due diligence right of entry for 127 acres at Keokea Waiahuli, which is the top section of this 5,000 acre homelands tract that we had applied for a right of entry. And the commission approved 127 acres. They wanted to see what our capacity as a beneficiary nonprofit is in managing that particular area. And that's what Norman's talking about. And we're in the last phase of the due diligence, and that is the archaeological survey that I talked with Andrew Choi last night. He indicated that the archaeologist firm, Aina Archaeology of Kihei, will be finishing up possibly in early December. So thank you, Norman. So I want to introduce myself. I am, besides my involvement with Pa'upena, I am on the Executive Council of the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations, which is a statewide consortium of 42 Hawaiian homestead associations throughout the archipelago. And under the SHA, it's called the SHA, I am the president of the Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council, which is an umbrella organization of 18 Hawaiian homelands entities on 2 islands. And so in this Thanksgiving tide, I want to express my gratitude for 3 Maui beneficiary related areas. First, Maui Homelands leaders formed what we named the Ho'okupu Committee. Ho'okupu is the Hawaiian word for tax, besides offering. And what this committee has done is inspired, one of the members inspired Maui County Councilwoman Tamara Paulton to offer and have approved Maui County Bill 121, which is to kokua the 144 delinquent Maui County beneficiary real estate taxpayers. And what this Ho'okupu committee has done is developed a contact information database of these taxpayers. And we are in the process of contacting all 144 of them who are 3 or more years delinquent for an aggregate total of $2 million. And I want to ho'o mahalo this volunteer Ho'okupu committee for its eleu. Second, I am thankful for Pa'upena's OHA-funded Project Mahi'ai. I urge Mauians to access e-commerce platform projectmahi'ai.net to buy native grown vegetables, fruits, meats, eggs, and value-added products such as jams and honey. And again, please check out projectmahi'ai.net. And lastly, I'm grateful for an unprecedented joint Zoom meeting of the Shaw Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council and the Shaw Molokai Mokupuni Council this past Thursday, November 17th. Both Commissioner Zachary Helm of Molokai and Commissioner Randy Awo of Maui were present to field questions and provide mana'o on the various topics of conversation. During that meeting, DHHL staffer Niniao Kawaihai gave a valuable presentation on a pilot connectivity program involving Ho'olehua, Kalama'ula, and Kapa'akea homesteads on Molokai, and on the ACP, or Affordable Connectivity Program, that reduces spectrum bills to $75 or $100 for beneficiaries with low income, Social Security, Pell Grants, or food stamps. And that was the first time I heard about it. I asked Niniao if the department had put out a news release on it, and she said that they did have it on the website, but I think it's such a great benefit for all of our statewide beneficiaries, this affordable connectivity program, which you can apply for at fcc.gov. And so lastly about this meeting, the leaders of both councils benefited from shared ike. We Mauians learned about Molokai water and climate change related issues such as the South Shore Erosion Management Plan, the Ho'olehua water system, the Sustainable Molokai initiative that offers steps to mitigate water rise, such as planting native Kaunaoa, Naupaka, and Pa'uo Hi'iaka along shorelines. This joint Mokupuni Council's meeting had 30 participants and purposeful engagement and set the tone for continued collaboration in the new year. In closing, I want to wish everyone a haole Thanksgiving. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Questions, Nicole? Randy?
No questions, but just mahalo for the updates. That 127 acre parcel is, so it's good to hear the progress and where you're moving, and we appreciate your time as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last one? Oh,
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Mahalo for this opportunity. I'd like to, as I said earlier, in working with Wakio CDC, they, part of their grant requirements is to update the commission on the work they've done based on the grant that they received. And unfortunately, they missed the deadline to sign up to give testimony. I'm willing to give up my time in front of you because I really want them to tell you guys how great they're doing. So I'd like to introduce Sam Kalalau. He was the president pro tem for a while, which is why he's sitting in this seat today. And so without further ado.
Good morning, everyone, Chair and the Maui Commissioner and all other commissioners. My name is Sam Kalalau III. I'm the Vice President of Waikio Community Development Corporation, and thank you for this time. I want to start by thanking the Grant Division for the Capacity Building Grant Strategic Planning. We have engaged with the community with a 3-day workshop application drive, completed our strategic planning, updating and developing our website with a consultant and ordering our laptop. We will soon be coordinating our grant workshop. Just to give you a short synopsis on our strategic planning workshop, we set it 6 goals, and one of the goals are we're gonna kako'o our community to activities and consistent participation with community and government. Number 2 was the capacity building to build the capacity to serve the East Maui community effectively and consistently. We also had education and training, financial ready to secure home ownership, employment opportunities, food sustainability, water quality, culture monitoring, and small business development. We also looked at the revenue stream to generate revenue to grants, contracts, donations, and sponsorship for supporting community programs and services. The other one was revenue stream to generate our revenue by grants, contracts, donations, and sponsorship for supporting community programs and services. Land use planning, acquiring DHHL ROE to complete the community hauling and working with DHHL to establish a land use plan that will meet the needs of the community. Establishing relationship, we will build relationships with other community serving organizations to provide programs and services, and we will adopt guiding principles that shall address the social, economic, cultural, and political disparities in our East Maui community. And last of all, we are working on submitting the ROE applications for community use. We are looking at actually the 13 acres that will really help provide a space for gathering for the beneficiaries. In closing, I thank you for listening, and if you guys have any questions, this is just one update from the last time. We're the new kid on the block, so
Okay, questions for them?
So Sam, this East Maui, what area are you talking about exactly in East Maui?
If you're familiar with the Hana School right now, it's Mauka of the road. Yeah, from the Hana School to the airport, actually, all Mauka of the highway is the Hawaiian Homes land.
Yeah, so to give the commission some perspective, the Wakio CDC was established to actually address some of the disparities found in the East Maui community. And East Maui range from Wainaka all the way to Kaupo. Okay, so that was the original plan. But in speaking with the community in the East Maui, their focus kind of turned towards the development of homestead opportunities because we've got a 700-acre parcel right smack dab in Hana. And in addressing the housing crisis, of course, like everybody else, it's more difficult in these very remote and rural communities, yeah, as you well know, Commissioner Home. And so, you know, East Maui is has a very unique reputation in that they understand they're on their own, and they need to start to identify those solutions that can best serve their community. And so with QCDC kind of took a pivot and started concentrating more on this opportunity that the homelands presents for the community as a whole. So
Wishing you all the best, Sam.
Thank you.
Yeah. Aloha, Sam. Welcome. I've been hearing about the Wakiu project, so I'm glad you're here. I don't know the details, but in listening to you, I hear a couple of things. I heard well, first, I like your strategic messaging. I think those are really good value statements to be making. And then I heard you mention a right of entry twice. That's for two different parcels?
No, just one. Just one.
Okay, so the right of entry for 13 acres. And that's to do what? What do you want to do with that?
We wanna put a alley, or if we can put some kind of container shelter, because for put equipment and stuff, so we can clean the area. So we can upkeep the area and stuff, and where people can come. A lot of people on the waiting list and stuff like that. They want to go on the land. They want to feel the land, because people in Hana can believe that all of a sudden we get Hawaiian homes. After all these years, and we're known for the last Hawaiian place with no Hawaiian homes, and then finally we get Hawaiian homes. So a lot of people is still not, into this thing yet. So this is why we're trying to educate them that, hey, this is for real, man. This is happening. So we gotta get together. We wanted one place so we can set out.
So in the island plan in the Maui Island plan, the region of East Maui in Wakiu has set aside approximately 13 acres for community use, commercial use, and industrial use. And given the scope of assistance that this community needs, so there's no area for industrial practice. So there's no place for the guys to have a mechanic shop or to do the big storage areas. The business community in Hana is very, very small and largely owned by the largest landowner, which is Hana Ranch, right? And the community has an opportunity to develop small business opportunities. We see that every time they have their festivals and their craft fairs out in Hana, but they need a place where they can actually focus in and be the regular go-to place, right? Every time they have an event, the event kind of changes around in Hana. So the logistics are really kind of difficult. And so having a set place where everybody going to know this is where the Taro Festival going to be, this is where the craft fair going to be, this is where. And the other thing about Hana is a meeting space is at a super premium. The community, Wakiu CDC has been actually partnering with an organization in Hana, and they've been very generous in allowing space for meetings and stuff like that. But it's not always available when the community needs it. And so the community area has been focused on where it's a gathering place for meetings, for some of the activities that Wakiu is looking at is doing focus group sessions, doing site visits on that land. And all of this is in preparation. And I want to thank the commission again for approving the allocation of funds for planning to start to do the master planning activities in East Maui, which they were going to be launching actually the beginning of the year. So in anticipation of that, Wakiu CDC thought it was important that we get in front of the commission to give you guys a mana'o that of the work that they've accomplished so far and what their future plans are for that area. So
thank you.
Okay, so that's helpful. Gathering in order to plan. That's the pico, for your operation to move it forward. So, okay, I get it. And then also, in addition to galvanizing the community for planning and other purposes, is to also hold other types of activities that may come up. Yeah, and this is all to begin the process of expanding out toward. Is this to expand out toward the possibility of getting leases and building homes as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And we're basically right now just looking at the Maui the community plan, because they have their layout of what they wanted on the property, where they wanted the house lots and where they wanted the different zonings. So basically, we're just looking at that map right now and going by there. But we really want to work with DHHL, with you guys planners and with you guys designers and developers, because I mean, you guys been doing them forever, you know what I mean?
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Not, thank you very much for the update and your very strategic approach.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, mahalo. Next is agenda item J8, Joanne Paai. Online.
Hello.
Aloha.
Aloha. I don't have any video started. Do you need the video or?
It's up to you.
Okay. It doesn't matter to me. Mahalo for having me today. I'm here to address some concerns I have with my neighbor. I've written a letter to the department in 2019, 2020. And it addressed several things that continue to today. However, despite that letter being signed for, it went missing. I tried to follow up several times. No one could locate this letter. It was a pretty long one with photos. So the issues I addressed in there were about my neighbor's roosters. They had deliberately put out to make a lot of noise. They had gone on for months. I contacted enforcement. Twice they came out. Once they tried to move the roosters. When the owner came back, he moved the roosters back. I followed through with Humane Society and a citation was issued. They continued with rooster noises, loud rooster noises. They also have been shooting pellets at my house, in my yard. It started probably before 2019, but once I put up cameras, they had used several devices aimed at my wireless cameras to take them offline. I ended up putting up wired cameras. They seemed to get more upset. Anytime myself and my grandson would go outside, they would sneak up to the fence and fire off this loud air rifle that would scare us. There wasn't a previous tenant in their family, her son, and she had been shooting, I'm sorry. They had been shooting a paintball gun. It vandalized our entire side of the house, one of my cars. I ended up having to put a restraining order on her because she had been pretty volatile prior to that. Once that restraining order ended, and I believe the lease was about to change, was when a lot of this stuff with the roosters, the shooting the pellets at our house, taking down my wireless cameras had begun. Now, they no longer have roosters. I still hear these pellet guns. I still find pellets in my yard. I've had an officer come and tell me, well, even if you have the pellets, we need video of them doing it, which I told him, it's gonna be me violating their privacy rights to get a video. All I want is for this to stop. I tried to get a restraining order. The judge didn't want the neighbor versus neighbor. She wanted us to communicate. I said, fine. I communicate with them, but they continue to do things, and complain that I complaining. All I want is for them to stop doing these things. People come over, they engage in the same behavior, whether it's shooting the pellets, shining their floodlights into my now wired cameras, which I've had officers come and I asked them, do you think I'm violating their privacy with the cameras I have? And they tell me no. I don't know what else to do, but I do want the department to step in because I was told that citation with the roosters would have been a lease violation, even though that happened in, 2020 or maybe 2019. I'm frustrated at this point. Things weren't always like this between us, but it seems like instead of just being civil about it, they rather be childish about it. So if I complain about one thing, everybody and the people that come over starts doing it. just like they did, years ago. And it just doesn't stop to the point where it starts escalating to something else. I don't like having to do this, but they kind of left me no choice. So I would like the department to follow up with this.
Okay, Juan, have we received any official reports?
I would have to check.
Okay. Okay, Joanne, what we'll do is we'll investigate to see if any of these things rise to the level of a lease violation. And if they do, then we'll seek out a contested case.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
And if you have any police reports, please make sure that we get them to our Homestead Services Division. Juan Garcia.
Okay. I will do that. Thank you very much.
Questions, commissioners? Thank you for bringing this and addressing the commission.
Mahalo.
Okay. Next agenda item is J9, Kaleo Cullen, online. Kauhana o Kaikini.
Aloha, Mr. Chair.
Aloha. Yes, aloha.
And members of the commission, aloha, welcome to Maui. Before I comment on J7, if I may, I'd like to talk about our ROE 696 today,
okay.
Which is the deadline is quickly approaching. So at the end of the year, the deadline for right of entry of 696 will be expired. So we submitted paperwork to get it extended because this project is really important to us, I believe, in a long-term sense. I also came here to ask for, well, not ask, I'm actually begging to get additional funding to complete this project. We did meet the deadline for the RFP, which is about $100,000. But with that, we'll still be short $80,000 because now we included a project director who's going to oversee the project from beginning to end to bring water to the community. It's definitely learning curve, but throughout this process, we learn how to take care of the archaeological stuff, address all our EAs and environmental stuff, and just making a community stronger. We're learning actually through experience on how to approach, projects down the road. So it's been a learning experience, but this is vital for our community. So that's why I'm asking Mr. Chair and commissioners for an additional $180,000 to move on with the project. We invested a lot of time, and yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, I know that there's a RFP process for responding for grants. Have you completed that process?
Yes, we met the deadline for $100,000 for part of the $8.5 million that was being offered by the department. We did submit it. It's being processed, but only for $100,000. So what I'm asking is if we do, because I know the applicants, there's a lot of applicants. So I'm crossing my fingers to see if we even get to that point. But we'll still be short of $80,000.
Okay, I'm not sure that making a request directly to the commission is the appropriate way to go. So, Gigi, you have a suggestion?
Yes. Yes, aloha Chair.
Aloha.
Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office. Yes, we have received Cook's application. The maximum amount for any application is 100,000. The RFPs are now closed. We do plan to come to commission next month in December for final recommendations. So in regards to Cook's request for additional funds, the balance of 80,000, as far as the department's program, you folks would have to apply for another future grant cycle, probably next year. And of course, you can always look for funds outside of DHHL as well. But for now, we are reviewing the current grant application, which the maximum is 100,000.
Okay, and if they're successful, then they could use that as to go out and seek other funds as match, right?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Okay, so Kaleo, on the request directly to the commission, probably not appropriate at this time, but I think you have an option available should you be successful in the grant RFP to use that as matching funds to seek other funds for the $80,000 that you're looking for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gigi. Yeah, I don't know the process, so, okay, thank you. I know now.
Okay, no hurt to ask, right? The most you get is a no, so now you know.
Okay.
Did
Also
you want to
like to,
address? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to address J7, just a few updates. At our last board meeting, we did vote in favor of supporting Donna's project, but with reservations. So a letter is forthcoming, with our position on the project, but with a list of reservations. So that's where we're at right now. And I just get one comment that I actually viewed the application, and they talked about having special gravel to sit the tanks on. My years living there, you know where our special gravel goes? On Pilani Highway. So just food for thought.
Okay. Anything else, Kaleo, before I turn to Commissioner Wall to ask a question?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Kaleo 696, you're referring to the fog drip system, that's correct?
The fog drip water project.
Okay, so couple things. ROE is coming up for expiration, so it has to be renewed. Funding, you say you're currently short $80,000. Is that to complete the project? And I ask that because this has been an ongoing effort for a bunch of years now. So is the 80,000 what's required to complete the project?
Yes, a full 180,000 actually, Commissioner Wu. Banking on the RFP to even, cross our fingers to see if we even get them. And of course, seek additional funds of $80,000 to complete.
Okay, so so if you get the 100,000, 80,000 will take you to the finish line.
Yes.
Okay, and the reason I ask because what is the person's name that oversees this?
Kelly Reichel.
No, but the person who created this system.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim Juvik.
Jim Juvik. And the reason I ask, he continues to express concerns about the timeline because he's getting older and he wants to do it, before he holla, to be frank. And so I'm just always trying to pay attention to your timeline. I think what's being described has tremendous value, but if we can't get to the finish line before Dr. Juvik does, we're in trouble. So anyway, that's why I bring it up.
Yeah, and you know what? And ultimately, and we also talked about it. It's a concern. Like, if we cannot get the funding, we just thought about just dropping the project altogether because we have several projects, on the horizon with ungulate management, with our eco hub. I'm okay with that, but it's something we gotta get a consensus from the community because that was a lot of work. We put in a lot of time jumped through a lot of hoops. We're ready. I'm ready to just say, you know what? We're done. I'm prepared for that. But, you know, but no hurt to ask. But once I start something, I like to finish something. That's just the nature of me. But, you know, if it's going to take money to complete it, then I'm ready to fold. I'm okay with that.
Okay, well, I'm not here to encourage you to fold. I'm here to encourage you to carry on. So,
Yeah, I know, but that's my manao. Just my
okay.
manao.
Okay, so anyway, I just to know, I support the project. I think any kind of technology that provides water is worthy of support. My understanding is that I think it was 30 years ago when Jim Juvic came to your community, it was new untested technology, but it has since been tested in various parts of the world with success. And so based on that understanding, I do hope we can get that project working in Kahikinui.
I
The
do
second,
too.
yeah, the second thing is, so what I'm hearing from you on the water tanks, you are supportive of the water tanks with some reservations. What are some of those reservations you have?
Well, one of them is the traffic. That was a big, you know, that was a big eye opener. You know, because once they start the construction on the road, we're gonna get trucks going in and out of that place, competing for, you know, jockeying time. And the location of it, close to the gate. Even though the cameras were set up, it wasn't made so we can turn the cameras towards the tank. It's addressed straight to the front gate and who's ever going in and out. So yeah, the plan to readjust the cameras onto the tanks, probably not going to be a good idea, because that was the purpose of setting up the cameras anyway, to make sure we see who comes in and we see who goes out, and it's being recorded. So that's one reservation. The safety issue with the kids, you know, that's definitely an issue when it comes to big moving vehicles around the area. Plus, you know, you're going to get, I don't know if she opened it up to waitlisters, because I know the organization supports or represents waitlisters. That's another reservation. So what, we're going to get everybody on Maui who's a waitlister come to fill up water? That's definitely a concern for me. We already get that at the Ulupalakua watering hole. So that's a big concern for me. And I like to go back to the special dirt. The special dirt they're going to use for put the tanks on, it ends up on Pililani Highway every big rain. We get neighbors out there scooping the dirt for throwing back on the side of the road. So that's just a few of the reservations that we had. But we're preparing a letter to submit to Donna and her group, and then you know, with a list of reservations.
Okay, so Khalil, so when you say reservations, and I'm listening to what you are expressing in the form of concerns, what you're saying is you're prepared to agree to moving forward as is, knowing that you may have traffic issues, you may have safety to the keiki issues, security issues. And so my question is, you're prepared to live with that because you're not opposing it, you're just expressing it as a potential concern. So is that where this is going?
I believe that's where we're going. You know.
Okay.
Yes, we do support. We need the water,
okay.
But we don't want to just discount that. You know, just shoot it down. But if she could list the concerns and reservations, I think it can work. You know, along with the due diligence, the right of entry, the, you know, land disposition, all of that kind of stuff. But if you can address that list of reservations, I think it can work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Mike? Yeah, just a question for you, Chair. So it's interesting
this valve drip system. If there's any like document or presentation that was provided, it would be just interesting to
I'll have
see
to
that.
go check with planning. There was one done several years ago. Do you think you might have the information that can be shared with the new commissioners who weren't around at the time? Andrew?
I believe there was a presentation done several years ago. We can look that up and send the information to you. I also believe the fog drip system is also mentioned in the Kahikino regional plan, so we can also provide a copy of that information to the commission.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you. Sure. Zach?
Aloha, Kaleo. Yeah,
Aloha.
The ROE 696, is that good to go for renewal?
I will let Kahana address that.
Right of entry number 696 to Kahikinui. The term of the agreement provides for 3 years with annual renewals up to a maximum of 3 years. So they have one more extension for to fill out the 3 years. So from 2020 up into 2023, they have a 3-year.
Okay, so the plan is a process.
Yes, process for the extension, for that 1 year extension.
Are you okay with that, Kaleo?
Yes, yes. Thank you. That's the beginning. That's the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to answer questions now of Donna since we got it done?
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Yes. So Kahana, while you were gone, we had some questions of Donna about the placement of the water tanks and trying to ensure there was agreement between her association and that of Cook. And one of the questions that, and it sounds like now hearing from Kaleo, we have a tentative agreement with reservation. But one of the questions that still remain before us is a request to bypass the right of entry in order to meet, I think what I was hearing, the federal requirements of the grant.
Right.
So, you know, what is your mana'o on that? You familiar with the current state of that situation?
The current state, I know Donna had submitted the information and the application. And we did send it, L&D did send it to the planning office. And one of the big things about the review is making sure that they conform to the chapter 343. So that's where it's pretty much at. I know Andrew had mentioned that Julie's looking at that to see if we can waive it.
Commissioner, there are 3 ways to comply with chapter 343. The hardest way is EIS, medium is environmental assessment, and the least stringent is to exempt it from an environmental assessment. Our exemption is based off an exemption list that it's approved by the Environmental Council. The Environmental Council is the governing body, sort of like the commission of the environmental review program. So they approve state agencies' exemption lists. So what we're looking at is trying to make sure that the proposed project fits within the list of exempted activities.
Okay, so just based on that, we cannot bypass the right of due diligence because we are tied to chapter 343. We have to go through a process to determine which methodology fits. Is that what I'm hearing?
Let me just interject. So I don't believe that there is a request to bypass the ROE. The request is to find a solution to the requirement for the chapter 343, which the department is reviewing now. And then Donna brought up an interesting 4th possibility, which is if there's an emergency proclamation that is relative to the action, then the emergency proclamation, as long as chapter 343 is listed as an exempted activity, could also be a potential solution.
Okay, I guess I heard it wrong. I thought it was to be exempt from the right of entry.
This one, if we explore the 4th possibility, we will have to consult with
AGs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. me just check the time. Okay, so we have a holder. Are they ready? No. Okay, so they're not ready yet. G2. Okay. Okay. Go. Yes. Yes, I'm reminded that I've been remiss in not calling for public testimony on these J agenda items. So is there anyone willing to testify on this agenda item that brought up by Khalil, J9?
Chair Isla, yes,
Okay.
I would like to testify.
I'll just remind you that public testimony is limited to 3 minutes. So go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Faith Chase. I had actually requested to be on the J agenda a couple of months ago, and I'm not sure why I was denied, but I wanted to clarify the drought relief emergency project. I wrote the grant with a farm agricultural specialist. Yes, KHHA was the applicant, but I can answer a lot of these questions. While I appreciate the due diligence with emergency, environmental impact statements, EAs, the environmental review, the Bureau of Reclamation is super careful in not getting involved in projects that include grubbing and grading. So I had just emailed Leah the map that was included in the actual application and the Google map too, the Google screenshot that actually the Bureau of Reclamation produced, included with the homestead map. So I hope that clarifies that part. The dirt, there is absolutely no way that they are ever going to use petrochemical ground cover underneath. I personally will make sure I have fought hard with our Maui County permitting office to not put that kind of material in sensitive places. So as far as the special dirt goes, that should just not be a concern. I will follow through and make sure that that's not. The one piece that is, I do need to clarify for both presidents of Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association, Donna Sterling, and the present day president of Ka'ohana Kahikinui Kaleo Cullen, is that there's a specificity that the water is meant to be for a drought emergency use. It does not include, it wouldn't include watering to catch the animals for that ungulate management. Just wanted to clarify that. That part is another piece I wanted to speak to, but it's probably a bigger, deeper dive, but I just wanted to remind both presidents that you have rotational grazing as an option that was produced by Seaworm, that was produced by our watershed experts on Maui. It was recommended by the Maui group fire remediation group that gathered for a week and put together deliverables. There's the cattle are important for rotational grazing purposes. And they contribute to the watershed because that's such a hydrophobic area. The moisture stressed area actually needs that kind of animal activity. So just step carefully when you consider rounding up cows and ungulate management, please. I know I don't have enough time to deep dive into this subject, but I will definitely send it forward in a different matter. I just want to remind this body that, the Kahikinui regional plan of 2011, it states that the Department of Water Supply had a public hearing in 2002, last sentence, and they were to discuss new plans for completion of the extension of the Kula water line. And when somebody brought it up, no answer was given. So this area has been without water for very, 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 very long time. And so this would benefit. I've seen homesteaders spend $1,578 to haul water,
Right,
gas,
Faith.
and time. Thank you.
Faith, okay, thank you very, very much. Testimony, quick, 3 minutes.
So Donna Sterling, public testimony. I want to respond to Khalil Cullen's remarks about the waitlisters. I've already done a written response to Kauhana, and the waitlisters are not going to be receiving the water, number one. Number two, the sand that we're talking about is not from the road. It is sand that the tank man, Chris Boz, it's from the cement where they make the rocks, cement quarry. And it's the shavings that come off of the gravel. And we can't go to the ocean and grab the sand. So it's a sand that on the bottom and carpet for the tanks. Number two, according to Board of Reclamation, the water, they do not care how we use that water. I've asked the contact at the board, and can we use it for animals? Yes, they're in the business of delivering the water to homesteaders like the tribes, period. What we use it for is up to us. So this-
Ideally, what would be useful
Yes.
for the commission to eventually make a decision, if you could provide that to us in writing.
Okay.
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 And then as far as you trying to address Kaleo and
Oh.
Kaleo trying to address you, you guys work it out. Okay, I think that's what the commission is, that's what the commission is recommending.
Okay,
And
we'll do that.
And provide it to us in writing that you worked it out.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's 11:12. Okay, so apologies to Kilia Purdy. We have a holdover item from yesterday that we need to take into or bring forward. And then it's gonna be a little after 12 by the time I think we're done with that. We're scheduled to go into an executive session. So those that are on the line for the J agenda, I would recommend you hang up and come back at around, I want to say 12:45 p.m. Okay, this afternoon, 12:45. Andrew, agenda item G2, which is a carryover from yesterday.
Aloha Commissioners, for information only, an update on climate change impacts affecting Hawaiian homelands statewide. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair, in rescheduling the agenda item as we had time conflicts with the presenter today. So thank you for accommodating the change in time. So with me today, I have Nancy McPherson, who is the lead on climate change initiatives in the planning office.
Aloha Kako Commissioners. This item was carried over from October. We did add a few enhancements and updates, including an update on drought conditions to the submittal. I'd like to mahalo Chairman Isla for allowing us to go on Tuesday instead of Monday. And I'd also like to mahalo the Chairman and Deputy Iokepa Gomes for your service to the trust and the beneficiaries. And it's truly been a privilege to work as staff under your leadership. So just wanted to say that. We do have a PowerPoint. I'm hoping that got to who it needed to get to. Okay, great. All right, if we could go to the next slide. This is a regular update that you've been getting for a while now. I'm going to quickly go through about 10 slides on the update itself, mainly focusing on sea level rise and other climate change impact viewers and drought viewers, and also what DHHL has been doing over the last few months since your last update. And then we're really excited to have Dr. Kavika Winter present on his work, his action research for Lo'i, Local, and climate resilience. He's a member of the UH Biocultural Initiative of the Pacific, and a current project is linking local ecological knowledge, ecosystem services, and community resilience to environmental and climate change in the Pacific Islands. So we're really privileged to have him with us today. Okay, next slide. This is just kind of an update on past presentations. This is evolving over time. We don't want to just kind of throw a bunch of information at you, but we do want to respond to your wishes for specific information. So we are discussing working on some mapping and getting more specific about island impacts as we go into 2023. So I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the presentation. Okay, next slide. One thing I wanted to mention was the National Climate Assessment. That's actually in the draft phase right now. That draft has been released for comments, which are due by January 27th, 2023. And then the final draft will be ready in the fall of 2023. So there's a link to the website there. It's a really amazing process and an amazing document. And we have some wonderful researchers at the University of Hawaii who are working on the Hawaii and US affiliated Pacific Islands chapter. So mahalo to all our wonderful folks at UH who are working on these issues. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I think many of you have seen this viewer and these projections before. It's a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration sea level rise viewer. It's accessible at coast.noaa.gov/SLR. But it is limited in some of the data that it provides. So there are other options. Next slide is the sea level rise PAC IOS viewer, which includes TMK boundaries, flood hazard areas, and levels of vulnerability. That viewer is accessible at www.hawaiisealevelriseviewer.org. So these are some of the tools that are available to planners and decision makers, and we're all kind of required to be looking at this information now at the state level, as well as the counties are working on incorporating this information in various ways into planning and project review. So next slide, please. This is a new set of maps. I was over on Molokai on November 12th, attending a La Pilina community event on Molokai, where DHHL, we shared info on our community resilience and sea level rise mitigation and various efforts to address these issues that are affecting our beneficiaries already on the South Shore of Molokai. So we did, we did want to be a part of this event. It brought a bunch of agencies and nonprofits together to kind of provide a centralized point of contact and provide information to the community. So they've done a bunch of maps. So for folks interested in what Molokai is going to be experiencing over the coming decades, it's really helpful to go to this website for Sustainable Molokai. They were funded by County of Maui. They're looking at finishing up this plan for basically non-DHHL areas in July of 2023, but we are participating and working with them and coordinating, and we're hoping that it gives us a lot of synergy in our own efforts going forward. So next slide.
Nancy, before you go to the next slide, can I ask you, in terms of context, 3.2 feet, 2,100, what is that?
Yes, we're looking at that at 2,100. The problem is that this is a moving target. And as we see acceleration in ice melt, particularly for places like Greenland, we are now looking at 6 feet of sea level rise for critical infrastructure, for the kinds of things that are supposed to last 50, 75, 100 years. So I think that's why the emphasis for the county funded project is even longer term. But I think as DHHL, we also have to look at, you know, an 75, 80-year time frame. So that's why 3.2 at this point is the minimum. And, you know, we're actually having to anticipate possibly higher water levels and additional impacts. But we're going to give you another update in probably in December or January. So the commission will give the commission another update, and we'll have the latest information. We've got COP27 and, you know, all that. There's a huge, it's like a fire hose of information. And so, you know, I don't want to slam you with all of this all at once. So we'll try to kind of parse it out.
Thank
Does
you,
that
Nancy.
answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Another thing that is very helpful is the U.S. Drought Monitor. I know that Commissioner Helm had asked and Commissioner Awo about drought conditions. Luckily, since October, we've seen improvement. We've seen more rain. So we're out of some of the extreme drought conditions, but we are still seeing drought conditions statewide. So, you know, this is a real-time monitor. It's provided by volunteers, so people can actually upload their information. Commissioner Helm, you could upload your information to the monitor. And so it's kind of a very interesting crowdsourcing sort of application. And it really is helpful. So we're hoping that now that we're in the winter, entering into Ho'ulu, that we're going to see more water, but it's still something we really have to try to keep our eyes on. So next slide. Okay, so when we do these updates, we try to let you know what we've been doing as the planning office. And you've heard item G1, which was the general plan update. Mahalo for approving that, commissioners. This is the first time that climate change and sea level rise and community resilience concepts have been included in the general plan. So we feel like it's a real leap forward in helping give us a policy foundation for implementing measures for the department to deal with mitigation and long-term planning. So hopefully what we'll also be doing now that that general plan's been updated, that we'll be updating the island plans to reflect this, especially for areas that we've already identified as being vulnerable to impacts. And we'd also like to see an increased focus during the regional plan update process on disaster preparation, hazard mitigation projects. It'd really, really helpful to make sure that all of our homesteads have access to emergency shelters. That's a kind of a big issue statewide. And then that we're also looking at through the water policy plan and energy policy plan lenses to our infrastructure and to our resources to increase our resilience and to anticipate with CIP funding and requests to the legislature to deal with these impacts. So next slide. So we have specifically been working on the South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan. We held an open house and we're still looking for comments on that draft plan. And we'll be coming back to you in December to request approval for the Shoreline Erosion Management Plan. We also have received a grant and we need to get this project started in 2023 to develop a community resilience plan for those same coastal homesteads. Excuse me. And then we're also working with the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, Coastal Zone Management Division, to explore options for facilitating management of the shoreline by this agency, by DHHL. We've been sort of doing it on an ad hoc basis, but that's not going to cut it long term, especially given sea level rise impacts. So we're exploring what options we may be able to implement going forward. So next slide. So again, we're going to come back to you in the next couple of months with actual homestead area specific analysis of risks and vulnerabilities. We'd also like to conduct a workshop. We may combine these to talk about recommendations and direction with policy direction and potentially legislative initiatives. And then we also want to go through our planning process, our planning system, and continue to advance implementation of policies there. We want to increase our coordination. We want to do cross-training for staff. And we also want to make sure that we're taking these issues into consideration when evaluating land exchanges and acquisitions. And I think you just heard about the Eva Beach parcel and how those things really need to be looked at for planning, doing master planning for that parcel. So next slide. And so I'd like to introduce Dr. Kavika Winter, who's multidisciplinary ecologist. This is just really, really exciting work, reviving traditional resource management methods to increase resiliency, and former director at Limahuli Garden and Preserve, now the reserve manager at He'eia National Estuarine Research Reserve. So Dr. Winter, please take it away. And I believe you have a presentation you'd like to share with us. So if we could switch.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Aloha, Chair Ayala. Nice to see you again. And to the commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to share about some of the work we've been doing. So I will share my screen. Just give me a moment. Oh, I need to be able to have permission to share.
Okay, try. You should be able to.
Okay, that worked. Okay. That mode. Sorry. Okay, coming through clearly.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Aloha. Well, happy to share about some of the work we've been doing and the lessons, share the lessons we've been learning about the role of lo'i, loko, and lessons in climate resilience. So just getting right into it, ahupua'a are climate resilient by design. This is because, you know, as Pacific Islanders, we've been living in islands for 6,000 years and finding ways to design our communities and manage our islands such that when catastrophic and unexpected storms come in from the sea, we can still survive. And so Hawaii, to me, is really the pinnacle of the evolution of that mindset and the way our ahupua'a were designed in Hawaii. There's a lot that we can learn from that and that we continue to learn from that, especially in now's time. So I am currently the director of the He'eia National Estuarine Research Reserve, which is located in the ahupua'a of He'eia. You can see here the boundaries of the ahupua'a outlined in orange, the boundaries of our National Estuarine Research Reserve here in yellow. DHHL does have lands within this ahupua'a. I'm sure all the commissioners are aware. I don't know the exact location, but it's approximately, my understanding is where that green dot is on the lower portion of the screen in the Mauka areas of Ha'iku Valley. I know the community there is in negotiations with the administration about securing a lease to steward and be practicing forest restoration there. And so while that work isn't, you know, within the bounds of our reserve, we do think ahupua'a and act ahupua'a, and so we work with those folks quite a bit. Anyway, so a little bit about the National Estuarine Research Reserve, or NER. It's basically, we bring in federal funding to support ahupua'a restoration efforts. We have about almost 1,400 acres, multiple habitats, coral reefs, estuary, coastal forest, wetland, stream. We do have 7 co-management partners, the majority of which are Native Hawaiian organizations like the Ko'olau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club, the Ko'olau Foundation, Paipai He'eia, which is doing fish pond restoration, and Ka'o'oiwi, which is doing the lo'i restorations. But we bring in this federal money and we administer it through the Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology, where I'm a research professor. But so like I said, a lot of what we do is we try to learn from the past and apply that into the present. So pictured here on the left is a photo of 1928. This is the ahupa of He'eia. You can see the lo'i at that time, and the fish pond was fully functioning. And but you jump forward to today, and we have a half urban environment. You know, Windward Mall, Kahuipa Street, all those areas. The urban core of that side of the island is all within the ahupa of He'eia. But so is the lands and waters stewarded by Kakuawiwi and Paipai'oheia. So we're trying to see, can we use these more ancestral concepts of resource or stewardship in a modern era? So some of you folks might know these kupuna, two of whom have passed. We still have Auntie Alice Hewitt alive and with us today, but ultimately the work that we do is guided by the knowledge, wisdom, and life experiences of our ancestors. And we really look to them as how to do this kind of work. But getting a little bit more into the nuts and bolts of ahupa function in regards to climate resilience specifically, when we have rainwaters come in, whether it's regular trade showers or even storm events, particularly during the storm events, we have a lot of sediment and nutrients flowing down through the watershed. But this is where our our lo'i system comes into play, because it over here it catches the sediments and acts as sediment retention basins that grow food. We also have a lot of nutrients coming off the landscape, which could potentially be detrimental to the nearshore fishery and the coral reef health. But this is where our local i'a come in. Our fish ponds act as nutrient retention basins that grow food. And through this ingenious engineering, the kupuna figured out a way of how to turn problems that are associated with storm events, whether it's floodwaters, sedimentation, nutrients getting into the ocean, turn all of those potentially harmful things into things that make more food. That was really the wisdom of the kupuna. And the waters going out of the watershed are good for the coral reefs. So I mentioned briefly about how lo'is are sediment retention basins that grow food. So in the world of climate resilience, a lot of folks are talking about nature-based solutions and making sediment retention basins and so on and so forth. Yeah, the kupuna did that already. And they were called lo'i, and they not only retained the sediments that came down in storm events, but turned that into fertilizer and helped to grow food. So you can kind of imagine the water flowing through the ahupa, this whole lo'i system with the kahawai and the owai and the various lo'i. It distributed the waters through the landscape like veins in a leaf. And when the storm events came through, that helped to make sure that a lot of the sediment was retained on the aina and turned into food instead of going out to the ocean and harming coral reefs. And then the local i'a, like I said, acting as the nutrient retention basins that are growing food. And these are really particularly important nowadays because of coastal stabilization. We talk about stabilizing our coastline, we talk about feeding our communities. There are technologies that our kupuna invented that can do this already. And so we try to look towards supporting of the few of the communities that are trying to restore these areas. So in regards to how this work generally flows, step one, invasive species removal. So one of the worst invasive species that we have in He'eia is the mangrove that was introduced in 1922 as a Band-Aid solution towards pretty bad agricultural practices that came in the 19th century, like monocropping pineapples and things like that. So instead of fixing it at the source, they just planted mangroves to trap the sediment. But they went crazy. World War II happened. A lot of things changed after that, and nobody was tending to the area. The mangroves went crazy and really started to destroy that indigenous infrastructure, the lo'i and the local system that was designed there. So step two is to restore indigenous infrastructure. So restoring these systems not only are helping to feed our communities, but also increasing the climate resilience of them. And the result is that we have empowered and resilient Native Hawaiian communities, which is, I think, something we're all trying to get towards. So just to share a little bit more about some of my previous work on the island of Kauai out in the ahupa of Ha'ena, all the way at the end of the road. We had a ahupa alliance, which was between the Limahuli Garden Preserve and the community-based nonprofit organization, the Hui Makainana o Makana. And through our alliance, we were managing and restoring things on an ahupa scale. part of what we learned a lot about is understanding the resilience of ahupua'a design. So when talking about climate storms, 2018, we had that rain bomb happen, right? That rain bomb shattered old rainfall record for the United States. We had 55 inches of rain in 24 hours, most rain anybody's ever seen. And one of my archaeologist friends, he pointed out as we're in the aftermath and recovering from that, he said, hey, have you ever noticed that the only stuff that got destroyed was the stuff that got built in the last 30 years? And all of that, the Hawaiian infrastructure, the lo'is and things, those were all just fine. And I was like, yeah, you're right. So there's a difference. There really is a different way of thinking, the way the kupuna designed communities in the old days, under the ahupa system, and how we're designing communities now. Historically, at least the past few decades, we haven't been doing it with the mindset of climate resilience. So as we're trying to do that now, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just got to look back at these lessons that the ahupa can teach us. But in the process, restoring cultural landscapes, makes Hawaii look more like how we want Hawaii to look. And in the process, restoring our indigenous food system. There's more people eating fish and poi nowadays in these communities. In fact, Ha'ena is talking about freely distributing fish and poi to the Hawaiian families to fulfill their roles as mahi'ai and labai'a, as in the days of old. And really, in a lot of ways, Ha'ena is feeding itself. And this is in the aftermath of a major climate storm, which is really good news. So it was a very brief presentation, but the point of it is that He'eia and Ha'ena are models for climate resilience. And I think in many ways, a lot of communities around the Pai'aina can learn from these two communities. And really, in the context of climate resilience, He'eia is really the perfect place to look at it, because within the name itself, He'eia means to be washed away. So it harkens back to a time in the ancestral past where there was a catastrophic storm event that caused a lot of devastation. And the systems they built in response to that was really what we're trying to restore today. So it's an amazing time to be alive and be supporting this work and understanding the lessons that we have that can teach the world. So mahalo for your time. I think I have some time to answer questions if anybody has any.
All right, mahalo Kavika. Questions, Randy?
Mahalo for that presentation. I like what I see, and I support these traditional Native Hawaiian models that can help to mitigate storm events. My question is, the models that we're looking at to help mitigate storm events, how does that factor into sea level rise when we are talking about these traditional systems? And what are the potential impacts that would be detrimental to those systems as a result of this accelerated sea level rise?
Yeah, it's a really great question. Thank you for asking it. So when we think about the climate storms that are coming, sea level rise, I mean, that's a steady thing, but we also have intensified storms. So you're having less steady rainfall and more intense rainfall when storms come. So we have, when it comes to climate resilience, we have to think about what's coming from Makai, and we have to think about what's coming from Mauka at the same time. So in He'eia specifically, as Paipaio He'eia and the community has been restoring the fish pond there, they have been building the walls a little bit thicker and a little bit taller, and kind of monitoring the king tide events to understand how we're going to adapt and things like that. And in a lot of ways, we don't know the answers, but we can use the thinking of the kupuna to design how we're or to inform how we're doing these restoration efforts. So in general, I think for fish ponds specifically, building a little bit higher, building a little bit thicker is a really good idea. But fish ponds don't work if the fresh water, the wai, isn't flowing down in the ways it did. These systems were designed to be the terminus of a lot of this water, so the place where the waters ended up. And so what we're finding in He'eia, because of pumping that the Board of Water Supply is doing and things like that, the stream flow is only half of what it used to be. So our restoration efforts are potentially only half of what it could be. And really, you know, the kupuna always said the health of the land is related to the health of the ocean and vice versa. And the water is the thing that connects everything. So if our waters are not healthy, it doesn't matter what walls we restore in our fish ponds, they're still not going to work in producing food. And so it's really holistic thinking. How do we restore these lo'i so they are catching the sediments and we have the right water quality coming out of them so that the fish ponds can be productive too. I'm not sure if that fully answered your question, but hopefully it helped.
Yeah, it answers it as best as I think anyone can. Because we still don't know the full long-term impacts of
Yeah.
sea level.
You know, in a lot of communities, you know, especially on Molokai, I believe the mangroves are something that communities aren't quite sure what to do with, and some communities are thinking they're a good thing to do. You know, my job isn't to say mangroves are good or bad, but to conduct research and provide information so that communities can make the best decisions for themselves. And so one of the pros of mangroves is they do mitigate some of the effects of storms coming in from the ocean with surge and winds, but it does also really compromise the ability of the community to produce food, because the larger that mangrove get, it basically pushes native fish and native birds out of the area, and for the most part brings in invasives. And so it really for communities to decide for themselves, do they want to have the native biodiversity that's feeding the community, or do they want to be protected from the winds? It's really up to each ahupa to decide for itself. But the community of He'ia has decided that all things considered, they want to get the mangroves out.
Thank you for that. It's a great presentation. I think many of us are familiar with He'ia and their efforts and what's there. So I appreciate the ongoing effort and work. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Zachary?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kavika, for your excellent presentation. You know, being that I'm from the island of Molokai, the mangrove, like you said, there's good and bad about the mangrove. But right now, in the South Shore side of the island, a lot of the mangrove is going out of hand. It's multiplying, and I think there's got to be something to control that. But at one time, back in the 60s and 70s, the limo ele was a popular limo, okay? And it depended on the flow of the rainfall that from the mountain to the ocean, and also spring water. But it's gone today. We don't have that. So that particular limo, you know, you'd be lucky to get a quart. I mean, it's a delicacy for a lot of our people, but it's hard to find that. And I believe it has to do with this issue with climate change. So I just wanted to point that out. But thank you for your excellent presentation, Kavika.
Yeah, mahalo. And just to echo your mana'o, yeah, the ahupa were basically designed to hold onto water. You know, that's why the relationship between water and wealth. The longer you could hold onto water, the more momona your aina would be. And so it's really important how that flow of water, and that's what made the fish pond functions, is the springs like you're talking about. So if we start to lose those springs because the regular rains we get is less, and the intense rains that come, the forest isn't healthy enough to hold onto that water, and we don't have lo'is to hold onto that water, everything just runs off the land and takes a lepo with it and puts it out over the reefs. And it's hard to provide for your community in that scenario.
Thank you, sir.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may, one of the things we learned from interviewing kupuna as part of the SM SEMP project was that there's been over harvesting and improper harvesting of limu. So it's a combination of factors, but one thing that came to our attention was that a hupua'a-based local sustainable natural resource management, like the traditional practices, you know, could really benefit long-term sustainability and possibly restoration of these resources. And I know there's some folks on Molokai who are working on that right now and working on limu restoration. So yeah, it is really going back to that wisdom of the kupuna and those systems that until only recently, like even the 50s, were still being practiced, especially in places like Molokai. So, and mahalo, Dr. Winter, that was a fabulous presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. I have a follow-up question, Kavika, and that is relative to Randy's question. So he asked you about the Makai side, the preparation. So building the walls higher, thicker, was one response. But then you said building that walls thicker and higher, if there's no water coming down the mountain, is not going to make any difference whatsoever. So following up on that, what's the watershed like in Hei'ekia, and can it be improved to catch more fog drip? Is that something that you guys are looking at?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And like I said, when you think in climate resilience, you can't only think what's coming from the ocean or what's coming from the sky. You got to look at it from both angles. And in regards to how we can have our forests retain more water, our native forests are the ideal scenario to catch and hold onto moisture like a sponge. Because you have trees and then shrubs and then ferns above the ground, and below that you have the same kind of diversity of root systems. So it holds everything in place and acts like a big sponge. When you get a forest that's dominated by invasive species, where it's just one layer of something, it doesn't hold on to the water like it's supposed to. So the rain that does come, we lose more of it than we did in the old days. And that's why native forest restoration projects are so important. And actually the one in Hei'eia, which is under Ko'olau Foundation, which I believe is trying to negotiate a lease with DHHL, is to do that very thing in Hei'eia, help to restore the forest such that the Mauka sections of the Ahupa are serving its function and holding that water like a sponge as long as possible, and slowly releasing it down into the lo'is through the springs and such.
Okay, thank you, Kavika. Any other questions? Hold on one second. I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this agenda item. Okay, seeing none, appreciate the awesome presentation. And Nancy, thank you for hanging on. This is like 2 months now. Yeah, we've been waiting for this one. So thank you for your patience. Okay, Commission.
More to come.
Okay, well, we look forward to it.
Happy holidays.
The commission is going to take a break to go into executive session and to have lunch. I recommend anyone who is here for the J agenda or wishing to provide public testimony on the J agenda, come back at around, let's say, about 1 o'clock now. Okay, I said 12:45 earlier, but this carried on a little bit. So 1 o'clock, we are in recess. 10.
Recording in progress.
Michael, can you make her co-host, please? Can you make her co-host so she can share?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, mahalo, aloha kako, Chair
Aloha.
and Commissioners, Leah, mahalo nui, and DHHL staff who's present and everyone else who's present. My name is Kilia Purdy Avelino. I'm a Ho'olehua homesteader, 4th generation. My kids behind me are 5th generation. We actually have 6 generations now of our family from Ho'olehua. I'm also a member of Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association. Let me see. And I co-chair the Education, Economics, and Entrepreneurship Committee. Okay, sorry. I have a presentation. With me today is my dad and my 2 girls. These are my 2nd and 3rd daughters out of 4. Okay. Oops, sorry, wrong thing. I'll go slideshow. Okay, so the topic of my agenda item is the Ho'olehua Homesteaders and Veterans Center. I actually think it's Ho'olehua Veteran and Homesteaders Resident Center, I believe is the title that it's been going by. This is my ohana again. I just want to acknowledge my grandparents, my parents, my kids, my husband, my great-grandparents who are here in this right-hand corner with Governor Farrington in the 1920s, 1921, on their homestead area in Ho'olehua. This is the area that we are speaking of. So as you can see, Ho'olehua is the largest homestead area on Molokai. And then the photo on the right, you can see how large and vast our Ho'olehua area spreads out. Believe we have about 400 perhaps lots in this area, probably over. The site that the project is being built on is where this X is at. So you can see it's on the farthest eastern side of the Ho'olehua area. And we still have all of this area here where our homestead beneficiaries live. This is a map from the plan. And this is the Lanikeha area. So you can see the view. This is our Lanikeha, the current center. In the past, I think around the 1970s, at least from the 1970s, I'm not sure if it was built earlier, but where the plan is located for the new building, that's where the old rec center used to be, was 3 stories high and was frequently used. In fact, my daughter went to Punanaleo, started Punanaleo there at the old center, and then moved to Lanikeha when it was built. And then the old center was demolished. So basically, growing up, we always had, even if there was a center on our field, and this is our only field, our only park in Ho'olehua, we always just had one center. So we would have the rest of the entire field available for sports, any kind of physical activity. These are some photos of the usage of the field. You guys can see how far back. This was when the rec center was, actually you can't see the rec center. It's on the bottom part of the photo, but you can see how far back it used to go, the field used to go before Lanikeha Center was built. And so we would use the entire field. And in fact, I remember even in high school, we would use this field for our PE activities. This is my brother and I in the 80s, and we used to use it a lot for soccer practices as well as baseball practices in this field. Currently, we use the field for our makahiki practices. I have run an, coordinated a homeschool program for about 12 years called Ola Molokai, all on barter. No money runs the program. And so everyone just volunteers their time and aloha for our keiki. And so we would use the field for makahiki games. And then another thing, as I mentioned, Punana has been in that area for over 22 years. And every year they've used it for their ho'omau events. And as you saw earlier, the field goes wide and pretty vast without the two buildings, the two structures in place. So we used to use all the way to the back end where the newly proposed center is being built for our keiki corner, and we would have horse rides in the back section of the area. And in fact, like just recently in October, I believe it was, there was a giveaway and the whole parking lot area was filled with cars because there was a giveaway going on at Lanikeha Christian church from Oahu comes every year. They save things throughout the year. They bring it, send it to Molokai, and then they just give it away for free to the community. So that whole entire parking lot area, the grass area, was full of cars. This is what it looks like. This was on October 13th, though. There is more progress that has been done so far since then, but you can see as compared to the plan project, I mean, it kind of looked like it was only taking up this small area, but where the line ends here, that's the parking area, the driveway coming in, the parking area there, and then the building structure on the back part where the dirt is. So that green grass area, even though there's a buffer right now, that's gonna be the remaining field. It's still big, but not as big. We're losing a lot actually of the field. And again, reminding this is our only park, our only field in Ho'olehua. I wanted to also bring up the timeliness of notification. So we received, and this is only a few of our homestead leaders that I know the department has emails for, and usually they send us things and we try to disperse the information out to our members. And so on September 29th at 5:23 p.m., we received an email basically saying this just came across my desk. And this was a Thursday night. So mind you, there's Friday, the weekend, and the construction is happening Monday morning. So to begin on October 3rd. So really there's only 3-4 days of notice before the project began construction. I looked into the State Historic Preservation Division review, and it basically indicates that this project is basically being built to satisfy the needs of the veterans living on Molokai. But my question, and many of the questions you will see, I actually emailed Leah just early this morning. I was up to that wee hours of the morning trying to put this together. A list of the comments that 266 so far of our members of our community have replied to a survey that we created. And many of them will say, how many vets are even on our island? And is the current center being overcapacitated? Okay, because many feel like it's not being overcapacitated. In fact, they say it's hardly even in use. Okay, another thing here was saying that the DHHL advised that a beneficiary information meeting was held on September 5th, 2017 regarding the subject project. Approximately 65 people participated in the BIM, including veterans, homesteaders, and other members of the community. The results of community consultation have not been provided to SHIP-D. It was stated in the conference report from October 30th, 2017, that the results would be shared in the environmental assessment. So I was there. I was one of them. I was actually president of our Ahupa'o Molokai organization that at the time encompassed 7 homestead associations. And the majority of our presidents were concerned about this project. And so we were there at this beneficiary consultation, the only one that we all remember having, where the voices were majority in opposition and or of concern. This was, oops, let me go back. So I checked on the website too, the DHHL website, just to see if like we were missing any, where's the report from that beneficiary consultation, because we hadn't seen it come back out. And with the project just popping back up, we all of us, many of us, leaderships from different of our homestead associations who were there in 2017 started looking through our notes, through emails, through any type of communications to see if we could find any anything on this project. And really, even on the website, there was nothing listed here about our beneficiary consultation that we had in September regarding this project. And so the question actually is too, where are the records of the September 2017 beneficiary consultation? Did they actually end up going into the environmental assessment? I also looked up the beneficiary consultation policy that DHHL has on their website, and the guiding principles state to ensure that appropriate beneficiary consultation processes and activities are incorporated into planning and decision-making. And part of these guiding principles is timely and consistent consultation that builds relationships, trust, and beneficiary capacity. Under this portion, I wanted to read off this: effective beneficiary consultation activities should leave individuals and communities stronger and with increased capacity to influence their livability. If you were there, you know the voices of the people were of concern as well as in opposition. And yet, with the project just starting back up again, which I will explain as well, at the time this project even came up, we were given a deadline of 2018. There was a rush deadline for this project to happen, because if it did not happen in 2018, then the project would be dead, basically. So many of us who were leaders at the time all thought that the project was dead. The veterans seem to have been having their own meetings throughout this time frame that never could basically come to an agreement. And for many of us as the homestead leaders, we said, first and foremost, the veterans have to figure out whether or not they want to use this money for a new building. If they all can agree on that and it does get built on our trust lands, on our homestead lands as beneficiaries, then we should have say of how it works and how it happens, because now we're taking up a space that we often utilize, we frequently utilize. Another part of the guiding principles was consultation is inclusive and respectful. Efforts will be made to identify, invite, and encourage beneficiaries and stakeholders to be involved early in the planning process. Consultation requires proper outreach to the right people at the right time. Early beneficiary consultation allows careful and respectful consideration of their input, feedback, ideas, and visions. We were there early, 2017, September 2017 was when that beneficiary consultation took place. From that point on, we didn't hear, and we were, again, reminder, wasn't just me, all the other homestead leaders at the time, I went back to them, did you guys hear anything? Nobody heard of any other beneficiary consultation after that time period. However, when the project just came up, and in speaking to other people on the veteran side, who are also homesteaders, said there were several meetings that took place at Lanikeha, at the current building, but there were only specific people at the table. We did not know of those meetings that were being held. Okay, so, and the voices of 2017 were obviously not careful, did not allow for careful and respectful consideration of that input. October 20th, 2017, we drafted a letter from AOM, and these were some of our concerns. We wanted to be as one of the bigger organizations on the island that encompassed 7 different homestead associations at the time. We wanted to be involved in the process. All veterans with any level of PTSD shall be restricted from the Ho'olehua Veteran Center due to the surrounding school area. So we were concerned about that. Even in our own ohana, we have veterans ourselves. And so we know the effects of PTSD. We know we have people right in our immediate ohana that go through this. And so we were concerned because there was, like I mentioned, Punana has been there over 22 years. And Tutu and me at the time in 2017 were also utilizing Lani Keha for their sessions. And then surrounding the area or adjacent to the field, past the, you have to go through the road, but it's right there. And that's why we used it a lot in middle school and high school as our field, because you could walk right over. So with all the surrounding school area, we were concerned about PTSD. Another thing we wanted DHHL to consider was alternate locations, such as the FAA building, the Marine base, or near the airport area. And we also wanted to make sure that there's a mitigation on loss of community-based lands. Okay, so going back to that map, so we saw where the Lani Keha Center is already and where the proposed project is starting to be constructed. They just did the grubbing and whatnot for now, but 2 centers in the same location. And this is our entire Ho'olehua homestead community. The areas that we were suggesting were in these areas, across the airport, FAA, and even in these areas farther to the west of Ho'olehua that would then disperse the resources more equally amongst our beneficiaries. Quick story, during COVID, I was doing food bank actually prior to COVID, and during the pandemic, we saw that the food was very scarce that was coming in, and yet we went from about 12 homes that we provided to through our Alulike program to 80 during the COVID time, and there was not enough food coming in. So grassroots efforts of individuals and other agencies, we came together, we formed Ho'oku'ikahi Aloha Molokai, and started to work together to basically try to meet the needs of our community during the pandemic, which included food, technology, computers, internet as well, and even necessities such as diapers for families or even kupuna kind of stuff. And one of the things we got from Hawaiian Tel, I believe it's Hawaiian Telcom, we got 2 portable hubs, internet hubs, and we strategically placed them, one in the at the Episcopal Church, which is somewhere around here, over here, close to the schools, and the other one we placed at this last X that I put up far west. The reason why we strategically put it there and collaborated with Alulike was because many of our homesteaders on the west side of Ho'olehua don't have the infrastructure to even have the option to connect to internet. Okay, so we put it there so that our families who all had to go to onto like virtual schooling for their kids would have a place to go. Now imagine if the center was built somewhere in these areas that could provide the resources to our beneficiaries that are off-grid, that don't have infrastructure. Few more slides and I'm almost done, but archaeological monitoring. This was in the SHIP D as well, that says that there should be or will be archaeological monitoring during the grubbing and grading for the new building, during our initial excavations for associated utilities, access road and parking lot. So we wanted to know, has there been an archaeologist on site during grubbing and grading and during the initial excavations for the access road and parking lot? And if so, who was that archaeologist on site? These were the action steps that we took. Basically, I started this because of my kids. Every time we passed that area, they would ask me, what's going on? What can we do? Can we stop this? I'm like, we already said our piece in 2017. I don't know what's happening. I don't even know what we can do from this point forward. But I asked Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association if we could at least create a survey to see where our people are at, because if our people are for it, then fine. But I recall in 2017, the majority was always strongly opposed or concerned, as I said. So we created an ad hoc committee of homesteaders, not just from Ho'olehua, but from other homesteads as well. We worked on developing questions for surveys. We worked with OHA to bring awareness to the community. We actually had this flyer here. We did that. We sat one day and we posted articles and information we could find on the walls and had the surveys available in hard copy or electronic form. It's still on social media for people to also, you know, fill out if they want. Communicated with Chair Isla and other DHHL staff and shared survey results on October 17th. 2 days after the survey launch, we had 177 already individuals. Today we have at least 266. And I was just told today that there's hard copies still coming in. So we spoke with contractors and shared the survey results with them as well, so they understand the community that they're working in and where Mana'o is at. And we continue to have the survey open. These were the questions, just basically general, but giving people the openness to share what they feel. Some people ask me, oh, do you have a petition? I said, no, I don't want to do a petition because petition only gives one-sided. I wanted to do a survey so it's open to both sides. This is real quick. You guys can see snapshots, prior knowledge, 27 to 2018, 70% no. 2019, which I believe was when the first article came up in the Maui News, not Molokai Dispatch, but Maui News about the project continuing. I don't read Maui News. And many of us didn't. And as we collected these surveys, many people had said, this is the first time through this survey that they heard about the project. So they didn't even know at all. And the reason why I have these two dates is, again, 2018 was when we were all told the hard deadline would be, or the money would be removed and reneged. So when it didn't happen in 2018.
Kalia, I'm sorry, but you have 15 minutes and you're just exceeded. Could you wrap up?
Yeah, will do.
Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay, so 266 from Ho'olehua, 54%. 46 veterans, 180 homesteaders, 182 community members. They could choose whatever they were on that one. This will tell you basically the story of where our people are at. Only 16 agree with the center being built there. 129 don't agree that another center should be built there. 127 don't agree with another veteran center being built at all on the island. 37 agree with another center being built, but not at Lanikeha. 10 did not have an opinion and 13 had other comments. This is the meat of the survey that I did share with Leah and asked Leah if she could send to the commissioners and also you as well, Chair Isla. This is an updated one. This is, please feel free to explain your reasons, even those who support it. It's really interesting and valuable to listen to the voices of our community of what the needs are and why they either are for it or against it because of the needs. And then what shall we do with the survey collected, which most have said to pursue and take action according to the majority, share back with DHHL and the commission, share back with the public, share back with OHA. And again, I just, this was for my kids. They did it, they wanted to do it. They're here with me because of that. And our kupuna as well were with us. Fortunately, they didn't work that day, but, and this is my last slide. I just wanna implore our commissioners to really consider the voices of our community, halt the project and allow for a proper beneficiary consultation while considering the equality of resources to our broader Ho'olehua community with a change of location and saving the breadth of our only park and field for our keiki and future community events. Our community spoke in 2017 and yet none of our suggestions were considered. No known beneficiary consultations were had throughout this backdoor process after the September 2017 beneficiary consultation in accordance to your policies of inclusiveness, and improper and untimely notification was given only 3 days before construction began. So I thank you for your time. I'm sorry for going a little over time. On behalf of those who requested the survey results be brought before the commission, and on behalf of my ohana, mahalo nui ya o ko pakahia pau. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Kalia. Any questions, commissioners? Ready?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Not sure where to begin. So I do know this project is in motion. This goes through our procurement process, so I kind of feel like it's difficult to unring that bell. But I've been listening to Kelia, She raises a lot of really good questions, and it sounds like it's the relocation of the project. Kalia, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the initial site was moved to the current site, and that's what's causing the Pilikia. I think that's what I'm hearing.
No, I'm sorry. That was the first and for the first site, which is why our homesteaders stepped up to protect our field. And we weren't necessarily totally opposed to the construction itself, as long as the veterans were for it. We didn't want to go ahead of the veterans because that was the monies came for them. But if they were in agreement and it had to be built on any of our lands, we were saying just not at our field, and move it to another location. So we were giving other suggestions during that time that was not considered.
Okay, yes, so, I do recall having a series of meetings and years ago. I do recall veterans being present, asking for support in creating a veteran center. So we fast forward to today. And the Pilikia is where the current construction is occurring and the impact it has on the public space, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop there because I'm just trying to get some clarity on where the community is coming from. And I'm going to eventually revert back to the department for a response. So thank you.
Mahalo. I just wanted to make mention too that that's why I'm asking for a beneficiary consultation and hold the project for now, beneficiary consultation, so everyone can come and express their own voices, but you also see their comments in the survey as well.
Okay, thank you.
So Randy, there were, I guess I wasn't part of the beneficiary consultation that she's referring to, but subsequently there were meetings in the community, mostly with veterans. There was the April meeting in Molokai where the veterans came and spoke towards this project. The current process is the contract has already been let. There is a contract out there already. A potential consequence of stopping it right now is the department incurring delay fees and the project not being completed. So that's where it stands right now. So when Kelia wrote me a letter, wrote me some emails, I think it was, right?
Yes.
My response was this project is under construction already.
Yeah.
There is a contract that's already been let. From my perspective, I don't want to put the department in a position of liability to the contractor who's already spent money, acquired construction parts for it, either have them stockpiled or have them on their way. So I do appreciate her concern about maybe not everyone being in complete support of this project right now, but as far as I'm concerned, and the commission could override me, there's risk to doing that, is that the contract is let already.
I do want to add in one thing, if I may. I did not mention the dollar amount. It went from the original 400,000 to $4 million. So this is a $4 million project for a second veteran center that those veterans who opposed it were saying, why do we need another veteran center on Molokai when the first one is not even being used? The original veteran center, I remember as a child, was in a room, one small room. They have a huge center now, underutilized. $4 million for a new center that I think, with some of that money would be more useful to go towards another area, another location in Hawaii.
So the original veterans request to the legislature was for a GIA. The GIA for public funds cannot be used on private land, right? We all know that part of the history, right? So in order to save a veterans project, that's why the department asked the legislature not to allow that money to lapse, and that we would use that money to build a veteran center on DHHL lands, telling the veterans, because it's built on DHHL lands, you will not have exclusive use of this center. You will have to share it with the community. And that was
Yeah.
accepted at the time.
Why
So
Lanike?
yeah, so I don't want to get into a debate right here, right now. I've answered the commissioner's question as to where we are and what the condition of the contract is, and so I'll let other commissioners.
If I could
Wait.
just close out with a statement of understanding. So I understand where we're at now in the process. An award has been granted, money has been spent. And it's difficult, in my opinion, to undo what's already in process. Having said that, I do want to acknowledge, Kilia, your concerns, the effort that went into polling your community. And so that being what it is, the development portion being what it is, and it doesn't appear it's necessarily going to stop. My question back to you, as we move forward, if the project continues, what would you like to see to make it better for everyone in your community? That's my question.
For me, to be honest, it's not for me. It's look at the meat of that survey and look at where all of our community's voices stand of what the needs are. I think you'll find the answer in there. It's not about me, it's about our community.
Okay, thank you. That gives us something to think about. Thank you.
Zachary?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Leah, thank you so much for your presentation. You know, as the chair and Commissioner Owo mentioned that it's moving forward, but however, maybe I would like to get some feedback from Stuart regarding the amount of land that's being taken away right now for the development. So if maybe Stuart, you can explain if there's any way we could eliminate any of the, like the parking or something that maybe would, and maybe you can share how much land has been taken away from this project, and maybe it's like something.
Yeah,
that we
Mahalo
can
for the question. Hello, Akilia. So what I've seen on the site plan is that the facility is placed pretty much as far back as the parcel of land will allow for, and that you know, we can share the site plan with the community. I'm not sure what you're seeing out there right now, Kilia, and my understanding there's about a 300-foot road that's 22 feet wide that'll be resurfaced, paved, and then space for the a separate individual wastewater system, septic tank, as well as parking. And so I believe that there's about an acre between Lanikeha and the Veterans Center. So I'm not sure if you saw the plans, and if not, we can provide that.
I have.
Provide that to.
They have the
Doesn't
plans.
really look like it on the plans and what's actually happening there, but
Okay, I'll ask staff to put together the construction plans.
I think they
and
have
to
it.
see.
I think they
You-
have
you
it.
have it?
Yeah.
yeah, we have access to it, yes.
So I'll take a look at that again and share with Commissioner on Island.
We made it available to them as
You-
soon as they asked. Okay. Commissioner Helm?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay, Randy?
Ilya, I failed to mention that the most prominent part of my recollection going through this process was veterans who were asking for support to create a center. That's what I recall. It doesn't necessarily mean my recollection is as clear as yours perhaps, but that's what stands out for me. And I do want to say, when it comes to our veterans, you know, I'm a strong supporter of creating spaces for them when we can, if we can, just because of their service to all of us. And so I just want to end with that, and also not end with mana'o that's dismissive of your concerns. But if this project is going to move forward, my hope is that we can find some common ground to treat this place as beneficial to all members in the community. That's what I hope we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Awo. If I can just really clarify, beginning, the first request from veterans actually was to improve the space that they have now. Just for other new commissioners that wasn't here, was to improve their current space with parking lot and other amenities. When they couldn't do it there with those funds is when the alternative came up to build a new one. That's what caused the rift between the veterans. But I don't want to speak on the veterans, which is why I just kind of looked at the homestead side. But I just wanted to make that clarification for the new commissioners that we have.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because it did move. It was at another location, and now it's at the new location. And it's this new location that's creating the rift in the community.
Yeah, the monies were designated supposed to the initial request was for their current building where they're at right now in Kaunakakai to make improvements of that building. But because the funding could not be used on their land, they had private ownership. Sole ownership of that land and building, and DOD funds could not be used for that, needed to be on state lands or something like that. That's what was said, is why the whole money moved over and was like, instead of giving back the money, which a lot of the veterans, even the treasurer, we had many conversations on this, of the veteran center said, take them back. Many of the veterans said, take back the money then. We didn't want a new center, we wanted improvements on this existing. But because the legislators involved at the time and the people involved at the time did not want to give the money back, then that's why the alternative to build the new center ended up coming out of the blue. That is where the rift started.
Which received some support from the veterans, right? The ones that did support it.
Some support, yes, some.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you. Very helpful. Mahalo.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, we have public comment on this agenda.
Dad wanted to.
Yeah, I want to speak.
Please.
So, my name is Harry K. Purdy III. I am a third generation, born and raised in Holihua. The subject is Lanikia Field / Park. That field and park has always been there since the 1920s, 30s. My grandparents used that field. We use the field, my kids use the field, my grandkids use the field. So the problem is money has been spent on Hawaiian homestead land for veterans, and we're pushing away Hawaiian homesteaders from the usage of the park, the only park in this whole community. So the next park we gotta go to would be in Kaunakakai, which is 8 miles away. So the destruction of the only play field and park in the homestead area of Holihua. First of all, no consultation, input, or ideas from Holihua homesteaders of the construction of some kind of veterans building on our only field. Second, there are many Holihua homesteaders that had no knowledge of this construction, and adding salt to the wound, DHHL is taking away the only field and park from our beneficiaries with no replacement. Okay, no more nothing to say we're gonna get one out of field in place of what you guys like put on our only field in Holihua. Our community has enjoyed and used this field for generations as sports, athletics, and activities of all kinds. Third, if the intent is to use $4 million, which is the amount that this project is taking, is going to cost on DHHL property, Remember, many Native Hawaiians are still on the wait list. No movement. Somehow veterans get this land just like that. They just get them. Also, there are many areas in Holihua. If you like put them in Holihua, there are many areas in Holihua would be more appropriate. Example, Veteran Cemetery, right down the road, the Veteran Cemetery. It's there, nobody gonna bother. It's not one play field. We're not gonna disturb the guys underneath that area. Build something over there, that would be appropriate. Second place would be the old radar station down the end of Pukapele Avenue. Away from everybody, land is sitting idle. Hawaiian Homes land, state land. The thing been sitting idle for about 10 years now. Nothing going on over there. $4 million would be really good in that area. The third place would be the old Marine base, right across the street from the airport. That's been sitting idle for like 40 years. So all these areas we're talking about has veterans involved in. So we're not against the veterans. We're against the guys that like put one veteran project right on top of our field. That's what I'm concerned about, on our field. Nobody came up with ideas over here that said, oh, we're gonna build you one brand new field for you guys. If you let us build that over there, then we're gonna build you a nice one more nice one than what you get over there now. Nobody said that. And the reason for that is because we didn't have consultation, because you guys never come to our island, you never come to Holihua, you never come talk to the people over here that for generations used that park. And we thought it was like, why take away something that we already have? We already have it. Why go take off, remove them, and then now where are people going? Where the Holihua beneficiaries going to go for use one park? They cannot use the high school. They cannot use the Kuala Lumpur Elementary School. So we get that kind of concerns with this project that you guys somehow approve. And in conclusion, what? In conclusion, I have now 5 generations here in Holihua that feel is so very, very important for our usage as an open area. I demand immediate stop on the construction, and also demand one consultation, at least with the department. Come to Molokai, come to Holihua, and see what the guys doing. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Purdy.
Any questions? Any questions?
Randy?
Question for Chair. Chair, did we engage in proper consultation given the messages we are receiving today?
Yeah, in my opinion, we did. They're gonna disagree, and that's fine.
Okay. And what was that process?
The process was there was numerous meetings with veterans. There was the commission, 2 commission meetings at least, where it was on the agenda. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there was. The answer to your question is yes.
Thank you. And that was that included the change in the location as well.
There was never any change in the location. This was the original location that when the determination was that the grant in aid could not be used for the private property that the veterans had.
Which was the first.
That was a location under which the grant in aid was applied for. Then it was discovered that you can't use the grant in aid on private property. So rather than lose the funds, some veterans said, what can be done? What can be done is we build a veteran center to service not only just any veteran, but also the beneficiary veterans on the island. So this was the location that was the location that was chosen as an alternate site.
And that's my question. Was that alternate site part of our consultation process?
It was with the veterans. I don't know if the meetings that the veterans were invited to was extended to the rest of the meetings, but normally what we do is we invite everybody on Molokai to our consultation meetings. Now, also the site was part of the discussion at the April Molokai meeting.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you came in late. Sorry, you missed that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Zachary?
Thanks, Turi, for your testimony. So that we're in this moment right now regarding this project. So Mr. Purdy mentioned about, during his testimony about an alternate site for a park. So the department have the ability to look into this request or, for an alternate site to at least get more park space for the whole Lehua community.
I suppose that the department could do that. We would need to find a source of funding, and perhaps the legislator who allocated this money originally can be convinced to provide additional funding for additional park space. But I'm not going to commit trust money to a park space unless the commissioners on this table want to do that, which we're not judged by how many parks we build. We're judged by how many people we take off the wait list. And I'm gonna stop my comment at that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, wow, just listening to this is very overwhelming. And I know we do have waitlisters, but to understand that there was a recreational park for our beneficiaries to utilize from our keikis to kupuna is part of a livelihood for our beneficiaries. I can speak on that in my ahupuaha. Our parks are very valuable for us for exercise, for gathering, and to understand, to think that $4 million was just allocated for a veteran building. That's a lot of funds. And I understand the legislator in that area, either Maui or Molokai, initiated that GIA to go forward. I think what bothers me is that if it happened in 2017, and this is now 2022, project is moving forward, there's a lack of communication of some of that project to the community, and that's kind of bothersome for me. If there is another opportunity for your group to talk to your legislatures to see if there's any other land available for park and recreation, maybe that's another route to go. It's difficult right now to stop a project when it went through the procurement system. You have a project that's moving forward. I know it's a lot of money, $4 million for a veteran building. I hope it's, I don't know what it's made out of, but that's a lot of money. But if we could somehow work together to get another community park, I would love to see that move forward, to satisfy residents and our kupunas and our keikis to be able to have this type of recreation. Traveling 8 miles to another area, which you mentioned, is pretty far. It's pretty darn far to go to another park. I'm surprised that you don't have another park in that area for our beneficiaries. It's very sad to say. Thank you for sharing this. I appreciate your information, very thoroughly informing us what is going on. I don't know what else to say. I wasn't here in that time, but now to hear this, I hope that when I serve in my term, this would not happen for the future of our generations and our kupunas and our keikis. And I think that having parks and recreation time in our community is part of our livelihood to live long, to take care of our bodies, and to have that type of recreation. So with that, malama pono to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Laurie? 3 minutes public comment.
Oh, me. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to support item J10 on the agenda and Clea Purdy Avelino and her testimony to the commissioners. And I wanted to thank the chair, Commissioner Helm Awo, I agree with Commissioner Taruya 100%. I was aware, and then my understanding also to support Kilia's testimony was that somehow the public was told that if the funds were not going to be available, that the project was not moving forward. And I think that was why people took it off their radar. And I was involved in the first building of the vet center in Kaunakakai. So I'm aware how that was built. But I wanted to support Kilia, and Kilia, I really appreciate your advocacy on behalf of our community, because it's really time consuming, and I see your keiki over there, and I know you teach Olilotu. So I'm so proud of you, Kilia, and the kids, and Grandpa over there for stepping up and putting all this hard work together, because it is so hard, the work that you guys do, and you don't get compensated. So thank you so much, Kilia, and thank you, commissioners, for hearing her out. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Is there anyone else online wishing to testify, or anybody in the audience? Okay, I do want to thank you, Kelia. That was very well organized, and you have a very compelling argument.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the time. Thank you. I know this is a hard time for everybody too with the transitions, but I do appreciate you, Chair Ayla, for all that you have done, and our commissioners, past and present, and the new ones as well. Hau'oli lahu o mai ka'i, and hau'oli lahu oko'a to everybody.
Okay, aloha. Okay, the next agenda item, Bokahui or Alan Cardenas? Okay, Alan Cardenas. Pastor Alan. Aloha.
Aloha, everybody. Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Commissioner. It's great to see you guys. Thanks for the opportunity for allowing me to give you guys an update of what's happening with our Neighborhood Security Watch. Again, Alan Cardenas Jr. from Nanakuli Homestead, pastor at Nanaikapono Church, and strong supporter of whatever Patty Tour are doing out there on the coast and the world. Chair, before I share, I just want to say a big mahalo. Thank you so much, your staff, your team, for supporting us throughout the years, being out there with us in the trenches, making decisions. It's just been a pleasure working with you. Also to be able to have conversations. We never agreed on everything, but at least we get to sit down, have conversations with you and Deputy Tyler, Lehua, Juan, the rest of the people there. So big mahalos. Thank you so much for your leadership. If I can share screen, just want to give you guys an update, priority updates.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, a lot of things are going on with our community, specifically homesteads, working with the police department. We were focused on Nanakuli specifically, but we also realized that there's other areas within the Waianae coast that have very similar problems. And so somehow, some way, the Neighborhood Security Watch have grown tremendously to support, to pray, work with other leaders. So we used to call ours Nanakuli Neighborhood Security Watch, but now we're just calling it D8 because it seems like that's where a lot of the action is at. And Patty knows some of what I'm talking about as well. This is some of the community leaders from different homesteads coming together. I think this was after one of the shootings in our community in the Kapolei area. We got together and pray, and we always come together looking for positive, productive solutions. Not just looking for the trash and problems, but also looking for solutions, how we can work together with you folks to make our community safer for our keiki and our kupuna. So this is our D8 Ecclesia community team, one of many meetings that we had. So there's a couple of things, FYI, that we're doing. One is our Neighborhood Security Watch. The goal of our Neighborhood Security Watch is to prevent and deter and reduce crime in our communities. And so we also work with recruiting different people within our community that we can work together to make it safer. We do a number of things. We support our high schools. Patty know of that. This is one of our graduations. They need help. So we do a lot of good. I don't think evil or darkness is the problem in our community, just lack of good. And that's one of the things that we're doing in our communities with the Neighborhood Security Watch. community policing is not just looking at the crime, but the other social problems and underlying cause of these social problems and addressing some of the root issues with crime, trafficking, and looking for solutions. One of the things that we're doing is restorative justice. We are working with men that are out of prison, working with them and women as well to be able to give back, help them to change their life around. Because if we cannot do that, we will always continue to have a problem. So this is Mana Olayan. He's from Nanakuli, a bunch of other guys that we're working with. And that has been so good for them to be able to heal. And rather than steal from the community, deal drugs with the community, do all bad, for them it's healing. As we, the church, we work with them to just get back on a, just to get back and put God first, put faith first, family. And then from there, we make our community safer. So this is I believe the week before, you folks had a contested case hearing on the Kealana case. So we went out, we prayed. This is us walking down Kealana Avenue, and this is Mana and Franklin right on one of that property that we had asked you guys help for. And Mana and Frankie is praying for help and encouraging the people to turn their life around so we can make Kealana safer. So this is some of the things on the back end, just for you guys to know. We're big on restorative justice. This is Mana after 26 years in prison. The last couple is a shot caller, gang leader in prison. First time in his life taking a ride in the front of the police car. First time. He always ride in a back seat, but first time in a front seat. I told him, hey, put your hands up. Your friend's gonna think you just got upgraded to the front seat, but still got handcuffs on. Put your hands up. Show him, no more handcuffs. And this is Mana. And he was crying like one baby before he jumped into this car. And what I did not know, he had major resentment against the police because something they did against his brother years ago. This is Mana giving back to the community alongside police. So this is just some of many things that we're doing. This is Operation Blue Light Christmas, where we partner with law enforcement. DHHL, Juan has been out there a number of times to support us, giving back. So moving forward, we still need help though. In spite of all that we're doing, we need help. Out of all the things that we're dealing with, these are some of the addresses that we need help with. And I'll just give you a brief update of what we need help. This is 891137. So Chair, this is the one that you sent your team out and helped us out. Unfortunately, the bushes is still overgrown, blocking the sidewalk. The city came out and had said, if we don't do something, somebody's gonna get cited. Unkept yards, rats and mice in a neighbor's home. Another picture of that same property. This is the house. This is the roof. This is the one that got was burnt down by somebody that was squatting on the property. And this is what the neighbors were afraid of. Another Diamond Head incident happening in Nanakuli. Here's another picture of that house from another angle. So we really need your help. I had another picture here, but I thought it was too graphic to put up here. The rats that were, because of the property being in the condition it is, the rats are just as big as this water bottle right here. And it's starting to affect the neighbors in many ways. I thought it's too graphic to actually put the rat there. But to give you an idea, this is one of the big problems right here. So one of the things that we need is really praying for is that to expedite the successor for that. I know that you guys are working on that. You guys had a wonderful conversation yesterday about that. But hopefully we can find a successor. Hopefully you guys are able to find a contractor to demo the house and clear the property so we can eliminate that the nuisance, the rats and the mice. So that's with Nani Ahi Pua. For the sake of time, same thing. 892117. You folks have this on the emails that I sent to Juan. That's Pua Ave, Kealana Ave. This is the one that the contested case hearing you folks had. The question for that is, neighbors are still living in fear because some of the activity on the property, even to today. Patty is aware of that. And so the solution is what actions are being taken because of the contested case hearing, and what would it take to remove the unwanted guests from the property? And then the latest incident is right here in Kanehili Homestead, lot 321. Numerous complaints of domestic violence. This happened just last week. Squatters chop shop human waste, disgusting, unsanitary condition, and frequent drug activities just keep going on. I believe you guys got an email from me in regards to this as well. And this is another picture just happened. So we're doing all that we can, but we still need help. So the solution is our NSW team would love to continue to work with the HHL and the commission to utilize the nuisance abatement law to quickly and permanently end a lot of these things that's going on. But we need your leadership, we need your guidance, and we need, the other thing is, Juan and Kanai, they're amazing, they're wonderful people, but they need support. And we've got to beef up the help support the staff. We need more enforcement team and all of that. So if you guys got something in the pipeline coming up for next legislative session, I'll be more than happy to support that, because we got to build up an army. There's so much things happening in our community. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. So with my last 1 minute and 6 seconds left, Operation Blue Light Christmas. Thank you, Patty, for coming out. We're doing all that you do. Mahalo, Juan. I know you're somewhere around. Thank you for coming out. We're gonna, this is Juan again, being Santa Claus in our community. We're gonna do it again on December 10th. We encourage all of you guys to come out. And before December 10th, Christmas on the Ave, Patty Tuyura has a wonderful event on December 3rd. Want to encourage all of you guys to come out. But this is what we're doing in the community. And darkness is not the problem, lack of light is. So we want to partner with you guys. We love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas.
Pastor Allen, we need to bottle that energy and that enthusiasm and inject it into everybody. Then we would have no crime and no bad things going on. So,
hey, Chair, if I may jump in, one of the things that we've been talking to our team about is once you stop caring, game over. It's done. So just know there's a lot of people that care. We got you guys back, but we need to work together. We can't do it alone. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you. And we will move forward. Again, there are some things that are moving. I can't tell you right now, but there are some things that are moving, and we will demonstrate to you that they're moving shortly. So mahalo. Keep up the good work. Patty?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, yeah, I tell you, he's not a pastor. He's a pastor with so much energy and so much hats. He's like a HPD officer in our congregation. But we love you. We love our pastor so much because he brings our community together. He brings us with a lot of hope, getting involved, not just pointing fingers, but being part of the Neighborhood Security Watch, being part of the community. So, we really thank you, Pastor, for your energy and for all your hard work in bringing from Eva Beach to Kapolei Homesteads to Waianae, and to bring Nanakuli as one. Doesn't matter what zip code you have, we are together as one. We do life together. Just wanted to add to what Pastor is at the neighborhood board and the ledge, and we're working with the Weed and Seed, where we having the application come to Waianae Coast. So we'll be working together with Neighborhood Security Watch to bring the Weed and Seed program to our coastline. So that's an exciting next step of 2023 to get our community in a safe mode and working together with all the organizations together. So thank you so much, Pastor. We'll see you soon, and we thank you for all your energy and everything that you do, and we just love you. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, everybody. Thank you, Commissioners. Malama puno. Ohiyo.
Okay, mahalo to you. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, next up is J12 or J13. Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. How's it?
Aloha. How's everyone? Thank you guys for continue to bear with us, and you come towards the end.
Yeah, we just wanted to ask if we could share screen, please. I'm going to share from my computer again. and Mrs.
Yes.
Ikaikahasu. Thank you.
Let's just wait a moment until Ikaika's set. Let me know when you're ready, Ikaika. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And yeah, a moment.
Go ahead. When you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, it's still saying, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. It's still saying that the host has disabled screen sharing. Maybe if the department could make me a host temporarily. Thank you.
Josiah, you're the host.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, okay, very good. Got it. We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, well, hello and good afternoon, DHL Commission, beneficiaries and constituents. My name is Josiah Jury, and I am the president of the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. I'd like to mahalo the department for this opportunity to share this space this afternoon, as we are here to present to the commission the right of entry of an industrial zone parcel located in Waianae at the address of 86220 Farrington Highway. The purpose of us just talking about this right of entry is to allow for our due diligence as we work in collaboration with the Waianae Sustainable Co-op, a Solar for the People grassroots organization, and also working with the West Oahu Funeral Services, a crematory service that will offer our community another alternative to their final end of life arrangements. But at this time, I'd like to introduce Auntie Kapua Kili Koa Kamai on behalf of the Waianae Sustainable Co-op, as she gives you some insight on the wonderful opportunities they have for our beneficiaries. Auntie.
Unmute, please, Kapua. If you can hear me, can you unmute, Kapua? We can't hear you. There you go.
Mahalo. Aloha. I am Kapua, the president of the Waianae Sustainability Cooperative.
Can you speak closer to your microphone, Kapua? It's not coming in. It's very soft.
Let me turn this up. Kalamai. Okay, can we hear me better now?
No.
Okay, let me do try and increase this. Okay, can we hear me better now?
No, we still can't hear you.
Can we hear me better now?
Little bit better, or maybe just use your outside voice.
Okay. Geez, I didn't want to blow you guys out, so I turned my mic down. Okay. So I'm the president of the Waianae Sustainability Co-op. I'm happy to be here to share with you folks today. So here we have some snapshots since August 2021. It's taken us many community meetings, workshops, and connections to get us here. I want to mahalo Lori, Todd, and Christopher of the Ho'ahu Moloka'i, to Teresa of the Kohala Center, to Lucy of LCC Waianae, to Poka of Lualua Lei, and to Eric of Ka'ala Farms for being our guiding beacons. And to Lauren, Wayne, and Marty, our Sierra Club friends, and especially to Ali, Ikaika, Kea'a, Sebastian, and other Shake Energy Collaborative staff members. Next. Our co-op discussions and collaborations started in 2021, and these are our board members. Next. Okay, so we are a locally planned, designed, and managed and owned cooperative that chose to hire like a local and support local hiring practices. Next. This is a pilot project that was created by and for our Waianae community members. Thank you. Okay, we want to our mission statement. I'm sorry, shared our mission statement, so we could go next. So we want to mahalo Kula for our 2021 Homestead Health Survey. With recent health events and escalating inflationary costs, our co-op subscribers can redirect their energy savings elsewhere. KHON2 recently said that locals pay an average of 44 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity, the highest in the country. My rates seem to have gone up 30% from a year ago.
It's 2 o'clock.
Next. We're anticipating savings of 15% for our subscribers. So if your bill were $200, you'd be saving $30 that month. And your monthly savings would be in the hundreds of dollars annually. We're benefiting Waianae Valley Homestead and our Waianae community. Next. This is an aerial photo of our proposed panels on the existing industrial buildings and proposed carports. We're supporting energy affordability, energy justice, and energy sovereignty. Join us. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Auntie. Mahalo, Auntie Kapua, for sharing the Waianae Sustainable Co-ops plan for our community as we continue to work together. Next, everyone, I'd like to introduce Auntie Lori Buchanan of the West Oahu Funeral Service. Auntie Lori, along with her husband, Uncle Moku, currently owns and operates a full-service mortuary on the island of Molokai, working with the community there. Here's Auntie Lori Buchanan to share about the possibilities that she has for our community and beneficiaries. Auntie Lori?
Mahalo, Josiah. Okay, next. So, who is West Oahu Funeral Service? It is a new business. We're looking for a site to place a crematory, myself in the middle, my husband, and on my other side there is my son, Makana Buchanan, our business partner, Darren Suchia, and then Lealoha and Harry Asadillo currently who reside in Waianae Valley Homestead. Next. This is the industrial site in Waianae. Most of you are familiar with it. This was just some pictures that we took on a short site visit. As you can see, the several structures are in disrepair and in need of improvement. Next. What I am proposing for West Oahu and for the industrial site on DHHL property is to install a cremator, which is a cremator unit. It is not a furnace. It is not an incinerator. It is a retort, a cremator. And you can see that a side view of it, that you will see the stack coming out of it. And I'm not sure exactly how high that stack will be. I don't believe it to be very high. It's depending on our site due diligence. But you won't be able to see anything of the unit itself except for the stack from the outside. This is a state-of-the-art unit, probably the best in the country. It's the newest. It's nothing like what you would remember the old cremation units to be with flame. It actually is a very, very highly technical piece of equipment, very expensive piece of equipment. And I just, maybe while we look at this, let me go back to the beginning because I'm looking at my time and I'm watching my time, trying to move fast. The reason why we're here or we're proposing to DHHL to put a cremation unit in West Oahu is clearly to service beneficiaries. My daughter, who has been living in the valley for over 13 years with her husband, on many occasions, we've helped many people in the West Oahu vicinity with funeral services, including cremation. So we know that there's a need, and if there's anywhere and anybody that we want to help, it is the residents of West Oahu. So next. Oh, it looks like something is written over on this slide, but that's okay. There are benefits, no, yeah, and services to the people of West Oahu, especially for beneficiaries. We are locally owned and operated. We are a native-owned business, Native Hawaiian-owned business. There are currently no mortuary or funerary services in West Oahu. I believe the closest is Mililani. And in the future, there's always, and I think there would be a need to expand services beyond just cremation to a full-service mortuary, which I've been doing since 1980s. I believe it will generate community economic opportunities that are associated with the funerary industry, which is really a lot. If we have time, then we can talk about it, such as a venue, flowers, providing for services, even urns. Speaking of urns, casket. Actually, the list is really pretty long as to what type of community benefits can be offshoots of the funeral industry. And so I'm happy to go and meet with anyone who would like more information, either on the technical part of the crematory unit itself. We are subject to and have already received for another location an environmental protection EPA clean air permit, as well as conditional use permits from the city and county of Honolulu. And it's would be my job to make sure that all of those permits are all seen that, you know, and accounted for, that we would need to open. And then we did have a beneficiary consultation, and I'm open to more beneficiary consultation. But I really think that it's an unusual business. And I think offering it to DHHL beneficiaries on DHH land with, you know, just West Oahu is really advantageous. I think it would be awesome. So thank you very much. I'm really excited to address you guys today. Mahalo.
Question? Oh, we have one question. Randy?
Aloha, Laurie.
Aloha, Commissioner Awo.
Thank you for the presentation. A little bit different from like wedding services. But necessary, right? So so it sounds like this equipment you're talking about is different from the more common types of equipment that they use. Is that correct?
Well, it's new. Technology has really improved over the last 20 years. I cannot state, I haven't fully really dive deep into how old the units that currently exist on Oahu are, but they need to be refurbished about every 5 years, and it's extremely costly. But the unit that we are purchasing or have purchased is the best that is known to be out in the industry now, that operates differently than the old units that, you know, people are used to seeing. So, and that's why we have no emissions that are visible. You will not see smoke coming out of the stack, and it's odorless. And there are no greenhouse gas emissions. And that's a reason why I feel that we may fall under the category exclusions for the environmental compliance. And the clean air permit would support that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I had a question.
Betty?
Yeah, thank you. You just answered my question, Laurie. Hi, Laurie. Hi, Kapua.
Thank you,
Hi,
Commissioner.
Waianae Valley Homestead, Joshua. This question, thank you so much for being here and presenting your presentation. I also joined you on your beneficiary consultation too. Thank you for that. So the solar co-op, how many beneficiaries will you be serving with your CBR project there?
Thank you for asking, Commissioner Hanamoku. We look at serving up to 70 to 80 homes. This is a small project. We consider it as a pilot project from which, upon our successful implementation, we can come back to the commission to do it again in a bigger way to serve more of our 96792 community, because we know that we've been so overwhelmed by solar farms. You know, back in 2017, the largest one in the state. And Waianae have not received any direct benefits for it that the rest of the Oahu didn't get. So this is the first time that we are aware of that we are serving our beneficiaries directly, especially coming from the local community. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I know that for the past, I think 2 years, maybe longer, you had large, overwhelming community meetings from the neighborhood board level to community on the CBR presentations and Zoom meetings to educate the community and to grasp them to get involved in that. So I'm excited to see this project move forward. I know where the property is. It's been sitting for many, many years. I know the city and county of Honolulu been using that property as their backup refuse storage area, yeah? So will that house, the caretaker house, also be utilized? Do you know if it's going to be utilized, or is it in good shape? I don't know if it's too premature to ask.
I'm just going to speak from a personal perspective. Our board is new, and they don't want to overcommit ourselves to include our future board. But I'd like to see if the commissioners would entertain the possibility of giving us time to look at what we could do with. And the house is exactly what I had in mind, especially with the fenced-in yard, because that would allow us a socioeconomic opportunity to better serve our community. But again, I'm not speaking for the board, and the co-op can definitely not speak for the board or the association, but I do ask the commissioners to please allow us more time to vision and to do some long-term planning to respond to that question. And now I'll go ahead and let our president and or vice president take the association response. Mahalo.
So how large is the parcel? How large of the parcel are you taking from that property zone?
Okay, so the way it has been shared with us from the department is that they would prefer that we only identify the specific areas that we are going to use. Okay. So this is for the co-op. We are looking at our areas as demonstrated in our area photo. And Lori has demonstrated where she would like to. Our board is a little bit fu'iwa, and so we need to get there, and we need to get a little bit more visioning, so that we can plan for something that we know that we can handle, that we're not going to bite off too much. But I don't want to miss the opportunity to take a bite of something.
Okay.
Yeah, so Patty, the request
Chairman,
is
I
for
wanted
the,
to ask, Chairman, I wanted to ask, isn't this item coming to December to the commission?
the plan is to bring it to this in December, yes. So the disposition that is being considered right now is actually for the roofs of the facility and a little area on the side to make sure that they have enough panels to make the required amount of energy to qualify for the program at One Electric. And then there's the crematorium portion that is, the rest of the property, it's the only industrial property that we have on the Waianae Coast. So the department is reserving the rest of the property for future possible lease options.
How large is the property, may I ask? Is it like 2.3 acres or further?
2.67, 2.7 rounded acres.
Okay, well, that's a very suitable property for this type of project I see, you know, along the Waianae coast is an industrial use. And you have the existing, well, I'm not sure what you're going to use, but the existing warehouse or whatever it's going to be there. Thank you very much, Kupua. Thank you for your co-head group, co-op group for working hard on this. And thank you for sharing your project. The last one is for Laurie. Is there any discount benefits to the beneficiaries?
Why not?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you own your own business, you can set your own policy. So why not?
Okay.
Most definitely.
Okay, that's it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you, group. Aloha.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Kapua? I'm sorry,
Oh,
Kapua first, and then
Yes,
she
thank
raised
you.
her hand real. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give our association president and vice president the opportunity to formally respond. Mahalo.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
Well, mahalo, Auntie. And then again, thank you guys. And you know, just in closing, we do appreciate, and I think being here, our due diligence is what we're seeking. We need to thank everybody who's part of our team, especially our community whom we serve, and whom even in getting to this point in creating this team with Auntie Lori, Auntie Kapua, and we're taking our own due diligence because we know that the community entrusts what we're doing, and we don't tread lightly upon that. And we do also know that the commission and the department entrust that as well. So we like to thank the department, you know, Shake Energy, the staff there, CBRE, and of course our community, and a special big mahalo to Kula Papakolea, who helped us in 2021, as Auntie Kapua mentioned, begin a health survey, which is kind of the platform of needs that we're trying to meet. And in getting this survey from our homesteaders, we were able to direct our attention into areas that these facilities would help meet the needs within our community. So again, we just thank you guys, our collaborators, our community. We thank you everyone for you guys' time. And now, yeah, we look forward to continuing the discussion. The Bible said where there is multitude of counsel, there is safety. And so we're always open to the discussions that anyone may have within our community and upon our homestead. Mahalo.
Thank you, Joshua.
Mahalo. Okay. Last call, we had 3 other folks signed up for the J agenda. Catherine Defer, Joyce Unikano, or Bokahui. Are you online? Okay. And then I got a quick email from Kali Watson. Kali, you were not part of the J agenda. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take the email that you sent and the proposal that you sent or the request, and I'm going to share that with the commission members. We do have a contested case coming up very shortly. So I will share that with the members and then see what comes out of it. And then perhaps have a discussion for December. Commission members, are there any other business before we recess to go to contested cases?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think I received that email too from Kali Watson. Is that the one you're talking about, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no further business, we will, the announcements. Next Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting, December 19th and 20th, 2022 at Hale Pono'i, with the community meeting being held at the Agnes Cope Learning Center at 6:30 p.m. Mahalo to Paukukalo and Wai'ehu Co-Homestead Associations for the delicious mea ai last night that we partake of. The Kauyuk was awesome. I'll just comment on that. I don't know where they got it from, but or who made it, but it was awesome. And with that, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We are now